I'm not there yet.
You're not there yet?
I'm working on my face.
Well, good morning, everyone. We are loud and proud, it seems like today here. Wow, that's hot. Well, welcome to the Lakewood City Council retreat for this Saturday, March 29, 2025. Meeting is called to order. We've got a number of great items for discussion today. I'm going to take leave and pull item 6 to the top because we've got our consultant, Debbie Terry from GMP here to lead us through the initial work draft from your ad hoc committee. And we'll have her help us through the city manager ad hoc work plan and profile. I'm taking this first. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for having me come this morning. Hopefully you've had a chance to look through the profile. And as you know, once we are able to have a final version of this, then we'll be able to city manager position. So the profile that's in front of you is a reflection of the things that I've heard from talking to many stakeholders, including each of you, some of your department directors, and some external stakeholders. And we use this as a way to attract qualified candidates who will be interested in the position. It will go out both in a hard copy and electronic to our mailing list. And we'll be using it both nationally. We will concentrate on the Western United States in that recruitment, but it is a picture of who you are as a city is our goal. One of the key things that we want to make sure that you're comfortable with is, the characteristics that we've identified for the ideal candidates, and also the opportunities and challenges that you'll see on page 5 of this document. These are the priorities that I heard as I was talking with each of you, that the successful candidate should focus much of their attention to during their first 12 months of employment. Also, on the last page of the profile itself is a list of general compensation and benefits that would the City Council would be willing to negotiate with the successful candidate. You will see there that we do have a salary range of $240,000 to $275,000. That's our recommendation based on where your current salaries are, what we're seeing in the Puget Sound region for city manager positions. Also, we've listed a number of resources available to the candidates that we would expect that they would take the time to review and be familiar with before they even start into the recruitment process and interviews. We've also listed your city videos. I will say we have a publisher who helps us put together this pretty version of the profile, and she was very impressed with your videos and wanted to make sure that the links for all of those were included. So the very last page, you'll see a one-page document here. I did get some feedback from the mayor, and so he had indicated that he thought it would be helpful to include something a little bit more specific about public safety under those opportunities and challenges. So that's what you see, the red line there, that would be an ad that we would add early this next week to the profile before we finalize it. I'm glad to answer any questions that you might have at this point.
Thank you, Ms. Terry. Appreciate that. And let me at least get feedback from the ad hoc committee members first, because they kind of noodled over this project on behalf of council, and then I'll open it up to council. So Councilmember Bell and Pearson, any thoughts?
Sorry, he wasn't on it, but I think it was Deputy Mayor. So that's why he was looking at me, so.
He and I were on,
Okay.
he and I were on the interview together, so that's why I was just thinking about.
Yeah, no worries. I think it's really good. I love the addition of the public safety in here, and I think that it covers pretty much everything that we had gone over. So I really didn't see a lot of deficiencies besides the ones that the mayor had added.
Great. Deputy Mayor Moss?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just would like to reinforce the financial stability. That is very important to us.
Okay.
Other than that, it looks good.
Councilmember Boki?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the new public safety section, there's talk about milestones and benchmarks for public safety. I'm not aware of those.
You may have missed that meeting.
Yeah, I may have missed that meeting.
No, I'm just kidding. Fair question. I think Ms. Terry was just trying to be inclusive of the concept of public safety, but we could perhaps take that out unless we have articulated milestones for the police department, which you're correct. We, the general mantra is we want to see crime trending down.
I did see the 5% reduction, I
Mhm.
think in the council goal, so
As long as we have something.
as a target.
Councilmember Brandstetter?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I enjoyed our conversation, being able to go and do that. But I did have some thoughts on what's here. On the Welcome to Lakewood page, okay, which is maybe not so much, but I honestly think that the paragraph about the Lakewood Town Center overstates the current situation. I think that's maybe a goal of the way that that's worded, but I wouldn't want to project to someone that we're at this particular point with all of those things. I think that it is addressed later when it talks about council goals of where we really want to revitalize the town center, and the two don't seem to exactly align with the way that you're doing, and so some wordsmithing of that.
About serves as primary shopping district as opposed to community gathering place.
That would be one enhancement, to be able to go and do that. I'm not sure how tree lined I see this is being. Well, in other words, this is a pretty aspirational statement that I agree with, but not that I can look out the window and see. I would and under the ideal candidate listing of things, I think the one thing that I would doesn't seem to be anything in there that really talks about the importance of the staff in the relationship of the manager with the staff and his responsibility to the staff to help them grow and develop, and how that goes on. I think when I am looking at candidates, I am looking for someone who is not just competent in himself, but who makes people better around him. Okay. I'd sort of like to do that, because that would be something that I would ask any candidate about examples of, how are the people that have worked for him become better, even if he's had to let them go to where their potential leads them. And I would like to have a candidate who continues that, because I think that that's what exists with our current city manager, and something that really makes the city going on. So if something in that line could be added there to do that. And then I guess my last concept, I agree with Councilman Boki about dealing with the with public safety, but I would I'm not quite sure that I describe his role as doing things in partnership with the police department. I think his is public safety is something that is somewhat done. Public safety milestones are something that is done through both the police department, but the other departments of the city. I think that there are, public safety is certainly in planning and in parks and just even in our fiscal things is going off over there. So I wouldn't want to singularly say the main focus of proactivity in public safety is with the police department. I think that I'm very confident that the police department works well and does those things that are in their lane, but I think there are other lanes in public safety that the city manager has to make sure that everybody who has something to contribute does contribute to public safety, because I think that's important to the community. And if I were, and in my, just in order to change happy to glad, on the opportunities and challenges under financial stability, the very last phrase I would say, instead of saying other key capital park projects, I would say, I would just take the word park out of that, because I think there are going to be key projects for capital projects beyond just what we're doing with parks, although we've been robustly focused in this biennium on some parks things. If I look to the last biennium, we were focused on streets, and there are other things. And so it's the capital projects entire environment that is where the challenges are. And so, so those are just a few comments in a very good document.
Thank you. So just recapping, Debbie, looking at the ideal candidate on page 4. If I hear Mr. Branstetter correctly, some bullet point such as professional manager with demonstrated experience in mentoring and leading key staff, something like that.
Mentor, yeah.
And Mr. Mayor, I would use the term developing as well.
Yeah.
Not just leading.
In mentoring and developing, key staff. That's a good point. We got the correction on page 2 on Lakewood Town Center serving as
The shopping.
primary shopping district, perhaps. And then on public safety, the bullet after Lakewood Police Department, comma, and the other city departments or something like that. Councilmember Pearson and then Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The one thing, and I don't know where it would best fit, I feel like, it's an opportunity, in the opportunities section, but, we have a good opportunity to maintain our partnership and, continue to support JBLM. And I feel like that's a really important, aspect of Lakewood and it's, that relationship has really blossomed over the past, 15, 20 years, I feel. So, kind of an emphasis on that would be nice. We do multiple events throughout the year with JBLM folks and the 2-2 Striker Brigade. We do the nice, kind of thing around the holidays. And so something to kind of emphasize our relationship with JBLM. And I know that it was in here about that we're, you know, it's next to us, but it, not just next to us, they're really integrated with our community, so.
I added something in the relationship building section there. that
Yeah, I
focused
think,
on- okay.
yeah, I think that'd be good.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, so the couple points that we talked about was adding JBLM and then the public safety. I would think that adding some links to the resources area would be the best. While this is great and lots of words, my expectation is that this person is very technologically savvy and that they should be going out to the World Wide Web. I know they are. Yeah. And so there's more to it than just this. So I just don't want us to get completely hung up on this document. And so if there's other resources, I would think that they could find them themselves, but I think like a JBLM, and it talks about some of those, you know, and connecting to them. We just talked about public safety, so we could go maybe to like our public safety stats or even include, I know that it's just Facebook here, but we do have a LPD Facebook page. So different things like that that really would enhance this, and I think that's great. But those are the last other resources that we had just talked about. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to ask you about the compensation benefits section.
Right.
How did you go about determining the compensation levels, that annual salary range? And because we didn't know where we were in regards to that kind of stuff. We looked at some comps. So if you could go through that thought process of how you came up with this fairly tight range, and how do you, is that going to impact who we're going to be recruiting?
Yep. So I've looked at some other cities in the Puget Sound region that were in the same kind of population threshold that the city of Lakewood was. And based on that, just saw that a range that most salaries were at between kind of that 245 up to, I think the highest was 272. The 272 was a very recent recruitment at the actually city of SeaTac. So that was the one city that had a smaller population relatively to their, you know, residential population, but obviously has a huge influx during the day. And that recruitment just occurred this last December, or the hiring took place this last December. So looked at the median of those areas where I saw the median, I think, was in the neighborhood of 260, 265, somewhere in there. So wanted to give you a broad enough range that it gave you something to work with. Obviously, you will end up negotiating a contract with whoever you think is a successful candidate, but this gives candidates a picture of what you'd be willing to at least entertain. So.
Councilmember Laura Sella.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This all looks really good. Not a whole lot of things that I would change. The only thing that I thought we might call out is relationship wise with our neighbors. So the county, other municipalities nearby, and just recognizing that through our partnerships with them, we are more successful. So I don't know if that's something we need to call out or if it can be buried in a link somewhere. But it is important to recognize that we work with the county, we work with the state, and then we work with our neighbors like Tacoma, University Place, Steilacoom, et cetera.
Good point. So while this is, you know, council's opportunity to hire its one employee, did key staff who were here have any thoughts or input? I know you were invited to be part of the stakeholder process. Do you have any comments or thoughts, Becky or Jeff, Tiffany? Yeah, come on up. We appreciate and value your input.
And I think it's a real great opportunity for Lakewood. There's been such a great foundation built with Mr. Caulfield and really a great momentum built. So I'd like to encourage, you know, obviously economic development is a key component. And as you have your aspirational goals and building the multi-generational community center, public safety, and so forth, and really thinking about what industries will be important to support Lakewood going forward and the employment base and the residents. And so a manager who is mindful of that and what is best for the future of Lakewood, obviously, is key, important for the future. And just really being able to listen to the residents, staff, council, and be flexible.
Mhm.
So those are a
Great.
few comments.
Thank you. Mr. Remak?
I would echo a lot of what Becky said, but at the same time, a big one for me would be a person who has the ability to holistically look at what the city is doing, where they're trying to go, and the ability to really build a team. I'm looking for a leader, not a boss, in terms of how we move forward. Because it does require a lot of cooperation and the ability to move left and right, not just operate in silos to be successful.
Absolutely. Ms. Silva, do you have any?
I think Mr. Remak covered the bases I would be looking for in a city manager as well.
Good comment from the deputy community director. Yeah. Anyone else? Tom, you have any thoughts? Or I would be remiss if I didn't ask the city attorney. Sure. Someone who knows how to read a ledger, is that helpful? A balance sheet? Yeah.
Yeah, sure, that's very, very helpful, but I think the one thing that we've been able to be very successful with our current city manager is the relationship and the communication. The relationship with the city council, the relationship with the staff, the relationship
Good communicator.
with the
Mhm.
public, but also the ability to communicate. And so that, you know, when you were talking about what you would like to see, I think Councilmember Brandstetter
Mhm.
talked about, you know, not seeing a piece with the staff. But a lot of our success has to do with the way that the city manager is able to communicate with the city council. It makes our jobs a lot easier.
Mhm.
It makes your jobs a lot easier,
Right.
and just the relationship that we're able to communicate with the manager. So I think that's important.
Yeah, absolutely. Ms. Wachter? Yeah. Yeah. I think this is helpful for all of us. So I appreciate your.
I'll say the same thing that I said when I chatted with our consultant. First of all, you have one of the most knowledgeable consultants in the area. You know, obviously I didn't weigh in on that decision when the council made it, but these guys know the territory, they know what's out there, and they will steer you away from something that looks too good to be true for something that will actually work.
Mhm.
And I would really encourage you to have your feet on the ground when you look at the candidates. We've always gotten the right person at the right time.
Mhm.
And Scott Rolfs, without him, Lakewood would not have been truly separate from the county
Yeah.
in every imaginable way. And without Andrew, we wouldn't have sort of reclaimed our space in the county as our, you know,
Mhm.
having good bridges built. And without this city manager, we might have had some real trouble after a very trying economic period.
Mhm.
So what is the right thing for now? I think that it's been, I would echo what Mr. Remak said, and I would suggest that times are really changing.
Mhm.
What we're facing in the future, it's a changing workforce. There are just a wide variety of generations out there. There's a lot of different IT things going on, and you're really going to need somebody who can ride that bronking buck, if you will, and
Mhm.
figure out how to balance what our resources are, both in terms of people and money, with how to stay, you know, we're the second largest city in the county. We
Mhm.
need to stay at that level and really operate in an optimal and efficient way. And I think there are people out there that can do that. I think there are people in here that can do that.
Mhm.
So I'm encouraged by who you've got doing this work for you.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, that's really good to hear. Anyone else? Sure. Tiffany, come on up. This is helpful for us to hear.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think. Yeah.
Thank you for asking the question, Mr. Mayor. I would just suggest that the person, whether they're a veteran or not, have an understanding of the relationship for the city with Joint Base Lewis McChord, and also have a good understanding of how a local government can and should be interacting with tribes. I think both of those exterior and external relationships are key, not only geographically, but just with the role that Lakewood has played since incorporation for both of those groups. And the other thing that I'll just talk about related to military is I always bring up with the South Sun Military and Communities Partnership, you have a unique group that works between Pierce and Thurston County, as opposed to quote, the central Puget Sound versus things south where you don't really talk about them or to them very much. So just making sure that that kind of regional thinking also is in this person's mind. Thank you.
Absolutely. Anyone else? Well, thank you. This has been very helpful. And I know we'll have more in-depth conversations in the weeks and months to come together. But as both a council member and now a staffer myself, as is Councilmember Bell and Pearson and Boki, we well understand the desirability for many of the attributes that we now seek in our own leadership here. And, you know, Lakewood has had a really good run for many good reasons. And so we want to keep that momentum rolling forward. And it will take the right personality type with the right attributes. And I think we're all in this together to make the best choice we can. We're certainly thankful for John Caulfield's tenure with us because he has propelled us forward in a very good way, to the point where someone who comes to this position comes to a city with very strong financial stability, a great staff, a lot of opportunity, and dare say, I would say a cohesive council that really gets it. And that is something that you don't necessarily see in every local jurisdiction in the South Sound. So it's a good opportunity for a person to come to Lakewood and take us to that next level. So this will be a good process, I think. Anything else?
No, so I'll take these comments back. We should get a updated draft to you on Monday.
Great.
And I'll ask you to just provide any last minute feedback as quickly as possible.
Yep,
As
and
our
we'll get
goal
that
is
there.
to launch the recruitment this next week. So,
Very good.
all right.
Have you already received any sort of initial inquiries? Because I know you have it posted on your website. Has anybody said, maybe that's the place for me?
Have some conversations.
All right,
So,
very good.
yeah.
Very good. Well, thanks again. We appreciate that. And thank you, council, for indulging me in moving that item to the top of the agenda to somewhat accommodate Ms. Perry's schedule. So thanks for doing that. Next, we'll turn to Mr. Remack, who is going to lead us through the next items for discussion. The first of which is the multi-generational community center downtown park concept to mixed-use development concepts, plural, parking legislation, and the planning and public works work plan. Mr. Remack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. City clerk's pulling up the PowerPoint right now. A little bit of an introduction as to what we're really kind of be working in the flow is what we're looking at. We've asked some staff to be here to speak to specific sections, so they'll kind of cycle in and out as we're moving forward with different sections. At the same time, we've asked Bob Stowe, who the city has worked with before. Bob owns Stowe Development Strategies and was the
Great.
previous city manager for the city of Bothell, so historical experience with the transformation of a city, kind of what we're talking about, and what we're looking at, as well as Mr. Gary Lindsay. Gary Lindsay has been in industry for, I think, longer than I've been alive, a lot of experience. He's been a broker, land developer, as well as a financier, worked with national developers, and is really familiar with what people are kind of looking at to get something, a project off the ground, which is some of the things we're looking at regarding economic development. So we've asked them to be here today so we could speak to some items as we move through it. So we'll ask them at some times also to come up. You ready to speak?
I'll probably have you pull that mic in case, you know, our good friends from home want to be able to hear.
Certainly.
What I have to say.
Right. All right, we'll go ahead and get started. So you already kind of spoke to it, but there is 5 different topics we'll kind of run through. Did go ahead and put page numbers on the agenda topics page in case there's a desire to go look or pull back as to where we're moving through. So we'll start with the multi-generational community center. All right, so there are a few items when we kind of look at it that we're going to run through. It's the regional community center in terms of what we're really looking for that multi-generational center. Some potential locations.
Same thing here.
Yeah. Some location overviews, a little bit about acquisition and due diligence for any of the possibilities that we would look at. Plan of actions and milestones, really, and kind of moving this forward and how we would have to proceed. Partnerships, potentials, funding, and also some council goals. That'll be a big portion of really what we're looking at as a conversation about what the council goals are and what we're looking for, so we kind of know better how to proceed, move forward. And then the last thing is just some suggested recommended courses of action that we'll move through. All right, so as we look at it here, you'll have a slide that really kind of talks about community centers and really kind of the focus on where they really go to. This is just kind of laying the breadth of what can be involved in a community center, a multi-generational center when we move through it, with the big thing being an emphasis on community building and mutual support as we move through it. And then real focus on what we need to understand is who the community center is to serve, right? That'll kind of drive really what we do with it as we move forward. So a few different types that we can look at that are listed, but the three main ones that I really like to speak to would be youth programs, adult services, and senior activities. Those, as you look at the majority of the regional centers across not only our region, but the United States, those are the three primary focuses that we tend to come into and really what we kind of look at. Right. So one of the big things that I look at here is that we have a very diverse population. And so when we look at this, it's going to be important to take that into consideration as to how it goes ahead and serves all. Oh, you can sit right here. So Economic Development Manager Becky Newton with us. She did a lot of study on the regional centers and she'll kind of work to that now. Go right ahead, Becky.
Good morning. And so in your packet, you have a number of examples on various regional centers, multi-generational centers, and some are aspirational. And the two on this particular slide that we're showcasing today are the Kenmore Air Hangar and also Richland. And so the Kenmore space really is at their town square. And it's really a local place for gathering, a way for community to come together. It's free of charge. It's very comfortable. People can come and drink coffee. And there's special spaces for them to celebrate, just to hang out and to be. And it emphasizes, as I mentioned, comfort, seating, fireplace, meeting rooms, and so forth. It's a little bit smaller space. The Richland example is more of an event or hosting space that specializes also with gyms, recreational activities, pools, meeting spaces, senior activities, and so forth. Many of them have very beautiful spaces, indoor, outdoor spaces. So really, we encourage you to really look at the different examples, dream big, if you will, be aspirational. Of course, we may not have a football stadium like the Canadian example that's in your packet. However, what can we do? What do we need to include? Be inclusive of culture, as Mr. Remak mentioned. We have a very diverse community. Just a few other notes. And then also, it could also involve economic development, workforce, maker spaces. So think about what is your vision? There will be a large community outreach, of course, through the process. But what is that vision? And then in addition to vision, we encourage you to look at, what are the resources and the partnerships that can be developed for that, and a real commitment, because this is going to be a multi-year project to get it done. And do you want a senior center and a multi-generational center? So there's a lot of different options for Lakewood. So, and then also think about integration of design and programs to appeal to your demographic, as well as I mentioned, the different types of partnerships. So private, such as Amazon, Target, or in other communities participate, nonprofits, school districts, et cetera. Next slide.
Could I have one thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
The one thing as we're moving through this, you'll notice we put different sizes in here, and that's really to kind of also speak to what the different sizes house when we look at it. So when we're looking below 10,000 square feet, we're primarily looking at like workout rooms, meeting rooms, cooling, warming centers, things of that nature. You get above 20,000 to 40,000, that's when you start getting into more substantial events that'll come in. So event hosting, some have play, you know, the ability to play, as you'll see what we have with Rose Hill here. They have a theater and social theirs. So just an idea of kind of scope as we're moving through this.
And I appreciate that the eventual community center, one of the elements is what is going on there. But at this point, when I listen to the community, that when I listen to both youth and to seniors, they're less concerned with missing things that are going on, and they're concerned about a place that both those groups think that if there was a place, then they could bring input in as to what needs to be there and what maybe needs to be there at the beginning and what it could change to. So they're really looking for a place that the groups that would use it can mold, and that is built in a way with some flexibility to do a variety of different things, but all the things that would happen there aren't set up in the original design to be able to go in and do that. I think the community wants a community center, but then the community wants future ability to be able to have input as to what all takes place there on an ongoing basis. So to the extent that I hear you say that the larger centers couldn't handle more things, but is also, you know, looking at, I don't know that we have to design them with a specific family of services, very specific, that we want to put in there that's going on. I think that can be developed during the 2 years it takes to build it, with the outreach to the community to be able to go and do that. But I think we are sort of here at, as what I'm trying to say is so what range of size do we really want to be able to have to build a building that will be flexible? And are we going to want to make it continue to keep using our vision for multi-generational, meaning that it has the ability to both serve the broad range of our population from seniors to youth, but also to serve the families that are in the middle between that and going on. So I appreciate all the input about the elements of sizes and some things to do that. Just would want to. I'm less interested in what we might put deciding. Of us deciding what would best go in there is to have a place that's flexibility that the community can put lots of things in.
Councilmember Bell and then Deputy Mayor Moss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great input. I think that what I want to hear back and what I think you were talking about, Councilmember Branstad, hearing from the community is really creating that third space for everybody.
Absolutely.
So it's not your home, it's not your work, it's your third space, it's your social space. It's a place where maybe you go away and you hang out with your friends, or you meet your seniors in your group, or you take a class. It's your extra space. A lot of people would qualify, different social groups, like maybe a Rotary or a church group, things like that, as a third space. So I think as a Lakewood community, if that's something we could focus on when we're talking and asking questions from our residents, that would be a priority of mine. And I think collectively, that's something that we're looking for as a council too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is, what plan or what footage would be required? Because I know we're trying to stay low footage. What stage would it require 2-story?
So the reality of that comes down to kind of looking at the property as well as the broad brushstrokes of what we look at. We would develop that moving forward. But for instance, like if we were to look at like a senior center, I think that square footage you would look at would be at least 10,000 square feet. 10,000 square feet would probably be a footprint, but then based just like Councilman Branstad spoken to and Councilmember Bell, it comes down to really what the vision is in the long run. And we will kind of have this is not the planning effort right now. This is our intake as to where we're at. And then we'll work with parks as well when we start to move forward as some of the future planning for what we'd really look at and what the space would really be. And it's a balance really for the ability to park the facility or have events at the facility, as well as we want to be conscientious of the cost and footprint when we look at it, right? When you go to 2-story, the cost gets significantly more. So we would be balancing everything when we look at it. So at this time, there's not an optimal what we would say for when we need to go to 2-story. That could vary by the property. If you get a property that's 3 acres somehow, plenty of space. If you get a property that's only, and 3/4 of an acre and you have to park on it, now you're going vertical.
Right.
So that would all be taken into consideration.
Councilmember Lorcella?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One thing that we have in our backyard, that might be a good benchmark is the Star Center in Tacoma. I know they have, I'm looking at their rundown, they're about 32,000 square feet, and they do rental halls, a music and dance studio, demonstration kitchen, fitness room, and indoor and outdoor playgrounds. I think what they provide to the community there in South Tacoma is something that we might look at doing similarly for our community here. So just another thing to look at as an example of the possibilities we could do. So thank you.
All right, just a few more comments with regard to this. Obviously, there are going to be challenges facing community centers and being able to be adaptable over time. So design and accessibility, funding and budgeting and so forth. Community engagement, programming diversity and how they interrelate with youth programs and senior programming and et cetera, et cetera. And also the sustainability of the operation and will be important. And so, and then in terms of operation, the city could operate it, a nonprofit could operate it, it could be a collaboration. It could be a community group or partnership. So there are a lot of different ways that it could be managed and operated. So. And then just, a couple emerging trends and technologies with community centers. Of course, digital integration is a consideration, sports and gaming spaces, inclusivity, AI, health and wellness, sustainability practices, renewable energy, community gardens, water conservation, recycling. So there are a lot of components to consider. And as I mentioned, many examples for you to look at within your packet. I think that's it for me at this point. Thank you.
Thanks, Becky. So starting out and what we looked at, there was really one of the things that kind of spurred us to take a look at what we're at was Little Church on the Prairie had reached out. So that's one of the locations we'll speak to today. The other being the Colonial Theater. And we look at it's kind of that cultural center for Lakewood.
And just out of curiosity, I know we're looking to rezone the parcel we just acquired across from the Colonial Plaza. Could that be inclusive as a possible site for park with a community center within it?
So really what we're looking at, we have two sites we're looking today, but I'll just be bottom line up front. And this is not like, these are the only two sites we're looking at.
Sure,
One of the
yeah.
things that we want to really speak to is the full opportunities. And we do have a
Mhm.
portion where we talk about the park as well as a master planning
Got it.
that we'd like to look at for that.
Okay.
So as we kind of navigate from stepping back, looking at the program needs of what a multi-generational community center could be, that also translates to the footprint. What's the size and what properties
Mhm.
meet that criteria for that fit? So we did look at two properties initially, not the only properties we will evaluate moving forward. But again, as Mr. Remek mentioned, it's the Colonial Theater as well as Little Church. What you see on your slide deck there is a kind of comparison of a number of different criteria from size to environmental constraints or things to take into consideration if we move forward. One of the caveats of this is we look at two properties that are just shy of 3 acres. There's a limitation to how much we can fit on that, not just structurally, the building itself, but all the parking and everything that goes along with a proposed project of this nature. In terms of assessed value, you can see a broad comparison between the Colonial Theater site, over $5 million in assessed value, comparative to the $860,000 on the assessed value. Two different zonings, so different rules that we need to be mindful of moving forward. And we'll speak later to the Little Church rezoning need to move forward if a community center is desired at that location. We also look at transit access. Again, we are serving a diverse population with multiple modes of transportation needs and how that relates to property selection. Kind of moving forward, again, different dimensional standards based on zoning, but also how we would park that. They both have opportunities, parking reduction through shared parking agreements, but also some of them may have some off-site considerations along the public street. In terms of environmental, we do have transportation mitigation fee review as part of the Colonial Center because they're part of the downtown sub-area plan. But comparative to the Little Church, it's just outside of that boundary. And then the environmental consideration, no wetlands or streams per se on these two properties, but we do have significant trees such as Gary Oaks. The Little Church site, that's along the perimeter, but also within that. So there's also replanting and mitigation needs that would come along with that. Comparative to the Colonial Center, which does not. So that would go into the landscaping needs in any redevelopment project. And just kind of moving over to zeroing in on Little Church. As mentioned before, there is a desire, if we want to allow community centers, but current activities the church engages in, such as daycares, it's not allowed or permissible under the zone unless it's a non-conforming use. Considering that they've been operating a daycare center there for quite some time, it makes sense that it should just be outright allowed. So that code amendment is moving forward through the leadership of Ms. Spear on that and moving forward as part of your packets. So I think we've had a briefing specifically on the need for the code amendment on the Little Church site. So we're actively pursuing that as well.
Any questions on that? Anybody? Okay. Oh, looks like Mr. Branster has a question.
Well, I do appreciate the preliminary assessment of those two sites and the acknowledgement that maybe other sites will present themselves as we go on through to do that. I would just say that on the chart that you had, the assessment, and particularly if you would expand it to do that, I think that an element would be is to non-motorized access to a site. Both of these two sites are sort of sitting at junctures of where we have been, we plan to, or that we have had sidewalks developed. I mean, we've run those sidewalks along Whitman. You know, we have the plaza there and we have in the plans, the sidewalks along Mount Tahoma for people to be able to get there, to be able to do that. And I think that if we were to expand this to other potential sites, looking at non-motorized access that exists or could be made to a site is another factor that I just sort of like to consider. You know, I noticed you had transit there, but there are, you know, people walk and to be able to go and do that. And then the other criteria to look at is if you, along the same vein, but if you look at the quarter mile walking distance, just how many people would benefit who would live in such a footprint, or in a quarter mile is my number. Okay, maybe there's a better number to look at. I mean, we have a number of where we're trying to get some parks and green space within a certain distance to be able to do, looking to try to get people to be able to walk. And I think we would want to place wherever we build a future center at a place of where as many people would be able to access that without needing the parking space. To be able to go and do that. And then, of course, the other advantage to these two sites is that they have ready access to donuts.
Right. Well, I'm gonna tee off your comment, Mr. Branson. It's a good comment about the accessibility. Here's why I think either one of these, maybe in conjunction with our existing park property that we just acquired, make a lot of sense. You know, for a long time, we have wanted to have some sort of catalyst project in this area, in this district. We did the plaza. And that was, you know, with great hopes that would kind of spur some redevelopment. But the QFC property, of course, was vacant for some, 15 to 18 years or something, notwithstanding our $1.2 million into that. I think the next phase is something that draws the third space, people. And that's why one or more of these locations makes great sense to me as a catalyst project. The other thing that we need to be mindful of is we have that RAISE grant that is for the Green Street Loop planning and design. And that loop is supposed to eventually intersect with the Colonial Plaza. So that will potentially circumscribe people from Bridgeport and Gravely and the town center development, all the way down to those edges of the CBD to this location. Because we talked about that a little bit, and the Green Street Loop planning process, it needs to make sure that it reaches this location. For any good reason, because we are going to do the Mount Tacoma extension design in 2025, hopefully construction 2026. That has been the plan. It's already funded with councilmanic bonds. So that's another wonderful opportunity to bring all those people from the east side of Lake Steilacoom, all those neighborhoods safely into this catalyst area that could be ripe for incredible development. So we've got a lot of good things that coalesce at this site. This location, I should say, not necessarily this, you know, one or two sites. And Mr. Boki and then Mr. Lorcella.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In reviewing and I understand the central location of the Colonial property, but when I looked through that report that you guys put together and inserted into the online packet, I feel like we would be paying $5 million for somebody else's problem. I mean, that building is in really bad condition. I mean, there was almost nothing, right? So are we thinking that it's all but the facade is like a tear down? Or I know this is maybe not a fair question, but to keep the building itself, wouldn't all the other parts of the building that face the other streets doesn't seem, they don't even have bathrooms, for instance. I mean, it just doesn't seem to make any sense. So is it that we're trying to protect the facade? Is that what you see? And so we have that, and then the rest of it would be a modern building, because it seemed to me, looking at that report, that it's essentially, you know, there's a lot of nostalgia around it, but the building is in very, very poor condition. In fact, it's a fire trap as far as I could tell, you know, so help me out here.
So the reality and what we look at is there's always options when it comes to a structure, right? There is the option, could we look at a facade and redo the inside? There's the option of restoring to what it would have looked like originally. Either way, what we look at is it would be a tenant improvement would be necessary, as well as some structural observation and what we look at and how we move forward. It's not that it can't be done, because it can, but it comes down to a conversation of what is the investment that wants to be made by the council and what they're looking at and how we move forward. So yes, there would be cost associated with it. I mean, we are looking at when we talk about the assessed value, right? That's really going off the tax assessed value. That's not actually what we would potentially pay for it. We did use that 93% of the assessed value, bumped it up to about 5 million as to what you see in the slide when you look at it. But then on top of that, there's also the remediation cost and the repo cost. So if you were looking at just the theater and really kind of how you walk through it, you're looking at, you got about $4.8 million in the transit upkeep. So the improvements, the tenant improvements that we would look at. And that's really based on if we were at a $5 million selling point, because it was purchased previously for 13.1 million. I'm sorry, not 13.1, for $14 million back in 1999. So there's also not been a true conversation yet as to what we look at. So there's variables that go into that. So I can't give you a solid answer. I can just tell you there's significant cost associated with it.
Mr. Larcella?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Expanding on what Mr. Boki said, potentially taking on someone else's $5 million problem, I will go even further and look at maybe a $10 million problem. And there's a property adjacent to what we just acquired for a park that is a blight on our community, which is the old QFC. Maybe we can look at some scenario planning of what it would take to take on the entirety of that and have a consolidated space that is large enough for a large community center that is centrally located in the area we're talking about, just as another possibility.
No, the goal for us and really what we're looking at is to move away and look at the facilities and kind of do a more in-depth. This is really the high level. These are the basics of what we're looking at, and then get council direction as to how we proceed with some guidance as to what really does seem feasible and what is not coming from us.
Mr. Branstetter?
Yeah, I guess I would follow up on one question about in the long term, no matter where we put this center, if we, but are there some would either of these two locations or another location somewhere be eligible to invest funds generated through tax increment financing, given the application that we have pending to be able to do that? Is the community center fit within the uses of that we submitted the tax incremented financing package for?
I think you're reading ahead on us. We
Maybe
actually do have a portion where we'll talk about some of the funding.
Okay, well, then I'll wait.
We'll wait till we get there.
And the reason I'm saying that is deputy manager will come up and speak to it really quick as to multiple options as to what we're looking at. But that's a future more in-depth discussion. But there is quite a number of options available.
Very good. What's next?
Right. So the next slide, really what we kind of look at is just kind of the order of acquisition and due diligence if we were to move through it. Right. There would be the letter of intent, really what we look at with the low amount for purchase option, kind of a holding agreement that gives us the ability to really go ahead and do more due diligence as to where we're at. Right. It's anywhere from 90 days to 1 year. It's an option agreement with a low amount to really hold for that 1 year period while we look at it. And then if the decision was made to move forward, we'd move into a purchase agreement. No longer little bit longer due diligence and then till we go to closing. It's just kind of the order of operations is what we're showing here. But the next slide is really probably the one for the council to take a look at. This one is just a layout of the timeline. This is pulled from Mr. Stowe's report. It's the plan of action and milestones, really what we're looking at. And the key takeaways would be that this is about a 762-day process, 2 years to really go from start to finish and what we look at. And it would be at least 520-ish before we would ever look at closing on a property once one was really decided on and kind of moving forward. So there's dates on this. Disregard those. You'll see the note that it's really just figurative to give you an idea what the timeline associated with this type of process would be. Moving on to some potential partnerships and really what we kind of look at. At this point, I will ask, Mr. Lindsay and Mr. Stowe, if you want to come up maybe and take a seat at the table here with us, because we're going to kind of talk about a few options and then also what Mr. Stowe's experience is and having worked with Bothell when they're moving forward. And then Mr. Lindsay, who has done both private as well as working for jurisdictions on acquisitions and partnership, really, and kind of what we look through. So I'll hit some of the high points and really where we're at, but it's going to focus down to really what is the center goal, the size, the property selected, and the availability of what other attributes could be on the property, right? Is it just a community center, a multi-generational center, or is there more? Mr. Stowe, anything you'd like to add as to what you've done with Bothell and how we kind of move through?
Is your question, Jeff, regarding, and first of all, great to be with you all again today. Is the question regarding the community centers or what was happening in Bothell?
Aspects. Sorry, I shut mine off when you were talking. It's kind of the partnership aspect as to how Bothell moved through and how they progressed and how they found the partners that they really did as they were moving forward. What the city really had to look at and finding that or having someone that was willing to partner.
Okay. Well, if you, sorry, Mayor, go ahead.
If we can, just because there may be some other folks watching that haven't met you, if you both can introduce yourselves and
absolutely
why you come to help us here at the city.
Sure. My name is Bob Stowe, Stowe Development Strategies. I've been helping cities as an economic development and planning consultant for the last 9 years, and then a prior career of 30 years as city manager, several places in Washington State.
Gary Lindsay, excuse me, I'm from Kitsap County, and I've done real estate development there and worked with jurisdictions for over 40 years.
Thank you. Go ahead, Bob.
So just as a prior topic regards to the cost per square foot on the Colonial Center, the other thing that I think that for council to keep in mind is that cost per square foot, at least for the theater, only about $5 million of 10,000 square feet, equates to about $500 a square foot. Compared that to a 90,000 square foot facility, which is what is occupied the entire Colonial Center site. If you look at a cost between 18 to 19 million, which was what the consultant reported would be sort of your 20-year cost, you're down to about $211, $220 per square foot. Conversely, new construction, you could probably expect to pay 500 and above, all the way up to, $1,000 a square foot, depending on the kind of TI improvements you have. So regardless of which choice you make, whether it's a rehabbing an existing facility, which will have periodic expenses going forward, you're also going to have significant expense also with new construction. So it's not necessarily bad to have an older facility rehabbing it. The one challenge you'll have is when you get into an older facility, you'll have to adapt your uses to that confines of that space.
Right.
The theater itself, it may not be conducive to a lot of your community space needs, but it certainly would be able to provide sort of that theater space. But it wouldn't be able to accommodate basketball or any sort of the recreational spaces that you typically see in community centers. But to the question of sort of Bothell's project, Bothell started its redevelopment of its downtown in 2006. It's still ongoing, but the bulk of that was completed by 2016, 2017 timeframe. And Bothell took on a significant investment. And so it started first, much what you're trying to do with your community center and downtown is started first with this vision. And so it had a clear expectation of what it wanted to achieve. From there, It created sort of identified its return on investments that it was looking for. In other words, what's the dollars that it needed to come into the community from an economic development perspective? And then secondly, what are some of the community pluses, the community benefits, social benefits that are created from that type of development? So it had a very clear expectation of what it wanted to achieve. From there, it started purchasing property. It included the purchase of over 25 acres of property, most of which was sold back to the development community for redevelopment purposes. 7 or 8 acres, as I recall, was retained in order to put in a lot of the infrastructure that was necessary. One of the first things that Bothell also did was identify the barriers that were existing for the type of development that it wanted. It could have simply just performed the regulations like many cities do, perform the regulations, set the regulatory sort of framework for development to come forward, and development would eventually have come forward, but it wanted to accelerate its development in a manner that it wasn't willing to wait for the type of development to organically occur. It wanted to have that development so its current citizens could benefit from that. And so what that meant was it had to do some things that were somewhat uncommon for cities. And so it really sort of utilized all of the available tools it had available to it as disposal for economic development. And then as it was purchasing that 25 acres, also had to pivot during that time frame of development because the Great Recession had occurred. And so Bothell started serving as a master developer. And so every piece of property that the city purchased and then we were selling back was an opportunity for a public-private partnership. And so it really then partnered with the private development community to bring development in that organically wasn't able to come in on its own. And it did that by lowering the cost for development, by taking on many of the infrastructure investments that the private development would have normally taken on during that case, as well as performing this vision so that it was compelling enough that it was more than just a single lot. It was a community-wide downtown vision that could be very compelling and very easy to sort of understand for a developer to come forward. And so without getting too far into the weeds of what happened and also relying upon my memory of things that happened during the 2006 to 2016 timeframe, there's a report that I put together in your packet that has both a case study from someone else that's performed and then what I consider to be sort of the top 10 elements that Bothell did as it went forward with this revitalization of its downtown. And some of those same elements would be true in Lakewood as they are in other communities throughout the state. But it's just a matter of which tools you want to utilize and then what your expectations are for your redevelopment.
Thank you, Bob.
So when Jeff and Angie called me to come over and, excuse me, take a look at Lakewood, the first thing I did was pull up an aerial photo, and 2 things struck me immediately. One was the town is pretty much built out. There isn't vacant land or any large parcels. And then here in the middle of it is this thing called Town Center. And the Town Center to me was really interesting. The scale of it and what's going on in that business today. And I am sure that whoever owns Town Center, and I don't know if it's one ownership or multiple, but whoever owns it is in the middle of trying to figure it out, what that looks like going forward. And I was curious as I was listening about the siting of your community center, if it's been thought about, can that go into a corner of the parking lot of Town Center? There's a lot of complications with centers like that. I don't know if it's all owned by one person, if some of the major tenants own their parcels, which is possible. There's agreements for cross parking and a lot of things, but it could make sense to, and maybe you have, get into contact with Town Center and begin a dialogue of what can we do for you? Can we create some new zoning? Are you thinking about housing in there? And I would guess they are. Most of those centers are looking at the future, and it's going to be different. So possibly there's a community center site there. It isn't quite as cool as the Colonial area, which is very cool, but it could be functional. So I would just to that end it, get in contact with them, start becoming their partner. What can we do for you? You know, here's the visioning we're doing of our city. And so Bothell, I went and looked at it, probably 10 years ago. Josh Brown is now with the Puget Sound Regional Council, was a county commissioner, and they were doing the YMCA with the vision of a little town center there for senior center and some other facilities. So we went up and looked at Bothell and was just extraordinarily struck by the planning, what they had done for a municipality to float a bond issue, to raise a lot of money, to go buy land, to then create this vision and then start reselling it to developers was sort of unheard of. And they really executed well. So looking at what they did has certainly gotten value.
Look at it.
So again, in looking at sort of an aerial view of this town, the redevelopment or the development here is going to be redevelopment. You've got some really cool areas to do that in, surrounding just south of your town center, where the ball fields and that. It's all single family that surrounds that. If that ended up being multifamily townhouses, apartments over time, those families get to have a yard because they've got all of that open space around it. I didn't look further to see if there's other opportunities like that, but your town, I would guess, is going to grow in a multifamily density basis. You can't afford to go buy all these houses, tear them down and do a single family subdivision. So I think that redevelopment is going to be with density. Another real strong point you have, of course, as you know, is Joint Base Lewis McChord. The population there, the relationship that you have there. And by the way, like Silverdale's Whaling Days, Paulsbo's got Viking Fest. It'd be really cool if you had a annual get together and they drove tanks across the freeway and showed up and had this gathering. I got grandkids in Tennessee. They'd come out of Tennessee in a minute to see all that. But anyway, I guess my takeaway is to really take a hard look at town center and becoming their partner. Because they're going to drag your future around no matter what.
I think Ms. Newton can probably speak to that because I think she's been working on it for the better part of, a decade. Trying to develop partnerships with the town center owners, and you're correct, there are multiple owners, but it's been a challenge. You want to say anything about that, Becky? And maybe if there's any sort of up-to-date piece of that? Because there is housing going in.
Yeah, well, Kite Realty is a majority property owner in Lakewood Town Center. There are several property owners in the town center, but we have been trying to develop a relationship with them and agree going forward. That'll be key important. And so that's one of our focuses, is looking at the property owners, particularly Kite. And since we have the residential project in process, hopefully that will move forward. That'll be a catalyst and build some more momentum for the residential development. And then also work with the other property owners to add residential. And then what complementary commercial projects would be advantageous for the community and be a good fit as we build the Green Street Loop and so forth. But yeah, so it has been an ongoing process and working with the property owners in the town center.
Have they brought forward to you any plans of a future redevelopment of that, or are they not at that stage yet?
Not at that stage. They're really focused on the current residential project, which is called Alliance, and we're calling Alliance or Lakewood Apartments. And then also filling vacant spaces, relocated Barnes and Noble, and filling those other spaces. One tenant just recently vacated Party City. So as you know, retail comes and goes. So filling those tenant spaces has been really their focus, other than the residential at this point.
Thank you.
Part of looking, kind of stepping back again, as the department's reaching out to the development community, and what would it take to partner with the city to achieve not only the comprehensive plan vision, but also the vision of the various sub-area plans that we have. We asked, what
Mhm.
would it take to come in, outside investment coming into
Yeah.
the city to develop in collaboration with the city itself? And there's a variety of different inputs. Mr. Lindsay shared a lot of the inputs he shared with us, but we also reached out to other developers as well. And again, looking at, as Mr. Lindsay mentioned, this is a redevelopment game. There is
Right.
not 100 acres of vacant land for a subdivision. It is also a multifamily approach in terms of the housing aspect of this. So ideally, looking at least 2 to 5 acres for that commercial, but also mix of residential. When I say mix, that's not necessarily traditional mixed use development. Commercial on top with residential on top. Consistently heard that comment about mixed use as it's not necessarily marketable, not only for population and economic indicators similar to Lakewood, but also larger population hubs within the Puget Sound Basin as well as nationwide. Another aspect that also folks are looking at is whether there's additional environmental constraints on those properties and how that will be mitigated through the land and permanent entitlement process and how that may add additional costs related to that. But also looking at parking. Can we park it? Can we park it on site? Are there off-site or structure parking availability to help facilitate that higher density development? And again, when it gets to that residential piece, at minimum 150 units. Want to go higher, but really need to hit that sweet spot in terms of the investment capital that needs to be brought into a project of that nature.
So one of the things, and the reason this is brought up right now, we're talking about the multi-generational center, is we've had conversations about, can it be a combination of affordable housing along with the multi-generational center and what we look at? And the reason that we asked Gary to speak at this point is really about the number of units you would have to look at. And so just speaking to the reality of making that combination for a return on investment for any partners that we're looking at. It's not necessarily that you're gonna have enough dwelling units, and where we're looking in just the 2 spots right now in Little Church, and then the Colonial to be able to move that forward. So the partnerships would have to be different than residential in what we're looking at, because of the cost to build, things of that nature, as well as some of the parking issues that come into play, which we'll talk about a little bit later, right? With some legislative changes that have been happening. So we just wanted to really be kind of upfront about that as we're looking at it. If that is a desire in the long run for the visioning, and when we talk about it, there has to be a conversation about the actual site. So Mr. Lindsay already mentioned, like, looking at town center and where it's at, and that's not something that is completely, I mean, we have things to talk about, and we'll speak to a little bit of those, but when we're looking at other centers also, there are sites that we've looked at that have been not in use for 3 years that are in town center, and it's like, okay, whether you look at that and that there's a parking agreement that you could potentially have, because the town center, ostensibly is overparked when we look at it because of the old design and the draw that used to come in. So do you get more community center because now you're utilizing existing parking rather than repurposing that? Or do you get a community center and then a plaza associated with the community center for the start of a park? So this is kind of speaking to, like Councilman Brandstetter, instead of looking at overall and where we're at. So just know that while we're talking about these 2 and kind of what drives and what would be using for multi-generational, this will have overlap. And when we go to talk about economic development and how we move that forward. So, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Switch the slide there. And again, some additional inputs we've heard from the building industry as well. Again, land availability, you can't build it if the land is not available to do so, whether that's redevelopment or vacant land. Clear and predictable code, removing regulatory barriers. What can we look at our zoning code? But it's beyond that. It's our site development, it's our environmental regulations, while still protecting the environmental resource. How do we streamline that process to be predictable and get to that decision point in the project? In addition to that, we heard the right permitting attitude. I can't change the rules, but I'm here to navigate that process with you and facilitate in moving forward. Also, another key inputs we received, the MFTE, the multifamily tax exemption, is an important financial tool for the multifamily residential development of that. They seek that, they ask for it, and that's something that draws investment into the community. Also, another key thing in terms of removing financial barriers, they also assess the impact fees and whether that is going to affect the project financial feasibility of bringing that investment within the community. And then last, I think we've hit on the public-private partnerships, what would draw other partners, that public side of it. And we, again, I know the Star Center in Tacoma was mentioned as a collaboration of a number of different programming and community space. We also looked within the region as well as across the state to see other collaborations and what that looked like. Kingston Village Green, again, located in North Kitsap, partnership with Kitsap County, but also a Metro Parks District and Library District as well. Seabeck Community Center also went into partnership with a local school district, County Parks and the Port of Bremerton to move forward that vision of pickleball courts, but also community gathering space. As we move over to kind of more of the east side, Granite Falls Civic Center partnered with the Boys and Girls Club and also acted as part of an emergency cooling and a warming station and many other residential needs related to them. Down in Pride Place, Seattle, housing, health services, as well as meeting space were also included with the availability of sound transit improvements near that particular facility. And last but not least, it is consistently common not to partner with fitness as well as community activity organizations like Boys and Girls Club and YMCA. They're experts in their programming, bringing that expertise as well as a source of how to contribute to the community and provide those services, not necessarily reliant on the city alone to do that, is a consistent theme that we're seeing in some of these examples.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate your time. We're gonna move to the funding option.
But don't go too far. There will be more discussion.
I thought,
Don't run away.
I thought
We'll be
Bob
back
had
to
money
economic
for us.
development shortly.
I thought you came bearing cash, Bob. What's the deal? Big check.
So my presentation is going to be very, very brief. I provided information on page one, starting on page 155. The bottom line is you do have financing options, but it's really dependent on what option you choose. What is it that you want to do? And once you make that decision, we'll deep dive further into those financing options. But you have things such as, the property tax excess levy, the property tax levy lid lift, the cultural access program, the housing and related services sales tax. Just a lot of different options here. You also have other financing sources, the TIF, sorry, let me just flip to that page. You have TIF, you also have, actually a summary is provided for you, so you don't have to flip through all the pages, and that's starting on page 155. So you have some councilmanic, so no voter approval required for the sales and use tax for the cultural access program, as well as the housing and related services. You have the voter approval for simple majority for a property tax levy lid lift. And then also the excess levy, property tax levy, which does require the supermajority plus the validation. Other options include the tax increment financing, the lodging tax, the sale of the city-owned property, as well as federal and state funds. So really that's just an overview, but again, it's, based on decision what city council wants to do, then we'll take a further look at the different options.
Just a question for you, looking, say, at the cultural access program. So it generates $1.5 million annually from that. Could that be used to pay bond obligations?
Let me just flip to that page, and
Page
I
155,
believe
yeah.
that you cannot, and I have some wording on that. So on page 3, or on page 160, may the funds be used for bonding? And so I asked MSRC, and they're suggesting that direct program investments only, no related debt service.
Okay. Certainly, this is something we'd have to noodle on once we decide, do the plan.
Yeah, so once you
Yeah.
have that, once you've noodled on that, then we'll
Right.
take it further.
Interesting. Okay. Well, there's some funding, I guess, options. And the key eventually is site sizing based upon program needs and community interests and in reality, right? Because we may want a 22,000 square foot facility when we might be able to afford a 12,000 square foot facility on property that we own. Yet to be determined.
100%.
Yep. Anything else on that?
No, nothing on the funding. Thank you, Todd.
Okay. Thank you, Tom.
So now we're going to kind of move into the portion where we're really speaking about the council goals and the broad vision and the brush and what we're at. The items in front of you are considerations from previous studies that we've done, national community survey findings, the non-motorized and comprehensive plans, as well as the Parks Legacy Plan downtown. It's really just to bring it to the forefront, you know, for always good to refresh as to what we're really looking at. So nothing really to walk through in a major way there. And then we move to the question, really, what are the primary goals and desires sort of for the community center? I think that we heard Councilman Brandstetter say one of them is to be flexibility. And so that it can address multiple different programs or services that it can provide. But this kind of list as we run through it, so I could read off the PowerPoint as to what we're looking at, but we're talking like senior centers, youth centers, meeting spaces, event rentals, summer camps. You know, are we looking at a gym or do we have enough facilities of that nature already in Lakewood? Education and skill building, potential community gardens, things of that nature. It is a large list really as to what's available and what could potentially be looked at. But it really comes down to the question of what would the city council like to see? Right, so we go to one sheet, and this really was the portion where we looked at to kind of have that open dialogue and hear from you exactly what you'd like to see potentially in the facilities or in the program so that we can actively look to move that forward. And that also comes into play as site selection, design, things of that nature, so. I guess what the question will be.
You're opening up for some responses. I think it's a good opportunity for us to chat. I think flexibility is important. I think to be the best stewards of the taxpayers' dollars, we have to avoid duplication. You know, we're looking at the H barn, that's going to have some sort of utility. We're not exactly sure yet what that might be. We're hopeful that it serves a purpose. We've got the McGavick Center that serves a certain meeting purpose. You know, from my humble opinion, I'm just one, but you know, I hear and echo what Councilmember Bell talks about. I think what we're missing is that community third space. It's ours. You know, it's the flexible space. It's got great lighting where seniors can gather and do their, you know, things that they currently do, you know, little classes. They like to meet for coffee. They like to have the open space. You know, it needs to have a little bit of a, whatever you call that, micro food. Yeah, exactly. Whatever you call those little mini kitchens or whatever, kind of like Auburn has. Auburn has, you know, and I think we eventually need to tour some places locally so we can get it. Oh, we like that. We don't like that. We like that. We don't, that's too big. So you get a sense of what you can kind of put together. But they've got a really nice little senior center. It's adjacent to the Parks Department's space and the community center, and it's in the center of a very large city park. It's just really well done. It's not huge, at least the senior center component of it, but it's incredibly well used. But it has the flexibility, but it has the third space feel to it. And they run a lot of programs through it. So, you know, avoiding duplication, providing some flexibility. But I think we also have, and maybe this is just me, we have to be somewhat realistic that we're not Redmond or Bellevue in terms of our budget. And we got to do something sooner than later. Otherwise, you know, we're going to plan for the youth of the day being the seniors of tomorrow before this thing gets done. And I would hate to see that take a decade to get something going. I'd like to see it sooner than later, which means we got to be realistic, smart about what we do, and get the public involvement as best we can, but really scope out what it is we can afford on the site we think we can acquire. I personally am concerned about the Colonial Plaza. I think we would be buying a pig in a poke, to be honest. I think it's got a lot of problems unless we had a big amount of money to do something with. That's just me. You know, we've got this other site, we took a look at Little Church, that's a possibility. Got the library site, we talk about collaborative ventures. We got a big swath of land that's now vacant there. It might be a public-private partnership potentially. So those are my thoughts. I like the third space deal that has some indoor and outdoor, covered outdoor opportunity for some athletic stuff for seniors or even teens. I don't think we need to do a lot of gym space, frankly. You got the YMCA. I was just over at Planet Fitness last evening. It opened yesterday. Gorgeous. So we got a lot of equipment spaces that I don't think we need to duplicate. So anyway, my thoughts.
I agree. The one thing that I see on here that I would like to see would be the outdoor space.
Yep.
Something for people to do outdoor. I agree with I feel like there's a lot of fitness options at all different income levels throughout the city. So I think that that's good. And then, I don't know if it's like a mini cafe in there
Yeah,
or
that's what I'm
something
talking
to
about,
that,
right.
to that respect.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I think that would be great, which could also play in, I mean, you know, as far as you could have a space for people that wanted to be a vendor there for the day, like like a little mini food truck, something like that.
Mhm.
So that's what I'm talking about with also outdoor space besides just recreational, but something to accommodate other people coming in.
Yeah, there's a thing called the National Fitness Campaign that approached us last year. They have an opportunity for that 40x40 outdoor pad.
Yeah.
County did it, Sprinker, Yelm did it in their downtown space. Rotary or other clubs were willing to work with the city to help raise funds to do it. That's an example of a little small outdoor space that really serves a community well, seniors and others, low cost to no cost, and those kinds of components in a space like that would be helpful. Deputy Mayor, you had a thought?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up the idea that a lot of places, I've gotten a lot of requests for places for youth, like the little children, to do rehearsals. They can't find a place local
Mhm.
to take them to do that. So that would be something that I would like to see happen.
Like flesh that out a little bit, like a stage area or
Yes.
open space.
For like kindergartners that are into getting into some of the native dancing,
Okay.
they don't have a place to rehearse.
Could the pavilion serve that purpose currently? Because that's a pretty good space for that. I'm just asking. Yeah.
I'm not aware.
Yeah, I mean, our pavilion in the park.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just saying they have
Mhm.
no place to go, so I'm not sure if they looked into that.
Okay. Mr. Boki and then Mr. Branstetter.
So,
Did you have something, Justin?
several things I would echo before I get into the rest of my comments, flexibility. Because I think about Sprinker, because I work at the county and it does specific things, but when you're in there, you realize that times change. And so you're stuck with things that aren't necessarily, were a big deal when they built it and we got a lot of use out of it, but now you're stuck with a physical plant that doesn't really match what people are looking for today. So flexible space, because I think the goal is the seniors are there in the morning, into early afternoon. And I'll speak to that a little bit too. And then you transition this community space into other things. So if the youth can use it in the afternoon and early evening, so how does that look? And so, and I've heard, and we've heard the youth council talk about it a lot, but I even as a father of three, right, I don't know what that looks like, right? I don't know what kids today would use, what gets them, and then then there's the whole programming element. So flexible space that you can use as small, I mean, the most recent new one that I've seen is Fir Crest. I think we would need a larger facility, but there is a little bit of space for seniors. We'd probably need a bigger one. But there is a meeting room because we had a shape meeting there one day, and I thought it was a very adequate space for what we were using it for. there is this element of what goes on out at the barn compared to, we don't have that that meeting space, the library.
Right.
The old library had that meeting space. It worked. A lot of groups used it. It wasn't very large. It probably need to be a little bit larger space that people could rent. So I do want to talk to some elements, though. If we do go into so I want to talk about seniors, youth, some meeting spaces for people to be there. I like the other ideas that folks have come up with. I really want us to start thinking about the senior center concept is also move it more into a health and wellness concept that really good senior centers provide. And I know that we do this and when we have our space, but they also get to the point where they actually provide meals for the seniors. There's health and wellness. And I would like us to consider, are there situations where the health department or various things like that bring in health and wellness into the community? And I know, nowadays we can't talk about vaccinations, but is there spaces where you do in besides heating and warming centers, which I think is a great idea, which then introduces yourself again to the need for a flexible space. So I really am interested to go to see some places because I haven't spent much time, to put it mildly, in other community centers and other newer community centers, and where they're kind of in more modern sense of what they're trying to accomplish. Be really interested, and I think that the community outreach is really important on this, as to, when you start talking to people about what does this space look like. But ability to be flexible going forward as programming needs change and as the community changes, I guess. Yeah. So I'll use a great example of Sprinker. They've got umpteen handball, racquetball courts, right? And now some of them are just filled with stuff, right? But they're not adequate to use anything because they got this little door and nobody plays it anymore, right? So now they're out there building pickleball courts and doing all this other stuff, and it's just a different. But I really do, for this community and for Pierce County in general, but this community in particular, I really do think we need to start talking a lot more about health and wellness, right? That it's just I don't think our health outcomes are very good. And so why is that? Well, okay, so it's lower income. So, okay, so what do you do about it, and what's out there to do that, and how we're going to program that? And I think there we can get partners, right? Maybe the health department, and it does those kind of things. And we can really make some differences, but you have to have the space for that. I think I've talked enough. I think you get the point. I don't think I'm being too expansive, and I don't want to be too expansive because you can have some recreational space, but I'm with you on there was that one example you had where they had equipment. I don't know that we need that. But
so maybe that outdoor
kids
thing.
need a gym space, and I will use the example that Deputy Mayor Moss, and then I'll stop talking. The old Fircrest Center, which they tore down, right? But that was actually, my daughter was involved in ballet, and she never went to that center, but the person who ran her ballet school actually started in that center, right? She did little kid dancing kind of stuff there. And that's how, so those are the kind of things that attract. There's other places that do that, but you want those kind of mommy and me kind of thing. And so you do need some space for that, I think.
Yeah.
And then, of course, our senior person really likes to do physical activities with the seniors, and I think that that's important. So that's a kind of a space you can use. the key is, I would say a yield factor. Like, I don't want to go by there during the day and there aren't people doing things there, right? Because then we just kind of spend money for a space. So, and so I would like activity. So understanding the costs of programming, understanding the forward costs on this whole thing is really important too. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will echo a lot of what's already been said. The third place vision is something I was familiar with from my early working days when I worked at Starbucks. That was the vision there, right? You had home, you had work, and then you had the third place. And the idea was to make it comfortable for people to hang out, and I think that that is something to keep in mind. I do think looking at it as a potential arts and cultural center as well is important to keep in mind.
Absolutely.
I agree with the green space and having some indoor, outdoor connect with what's going on in our communities that way. And I think our partnerships can help drive the vision as well, right? With other local organizations like the Korean Women's Association, partnering with the county, library system, Pierce Transit and Sound Transit, whether they want some part of this, and even working with the folks on JBLM to see if there's some sort of partnership we can do to serve as an extension of their community here. And then lastly, I think we really need to make sure we're getting lots of public input from folks in the community, because this is their space, it's not ours, and making sure that we reflect their concerns and get their voice into this long-term vision. So, thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to reinforce the senior center. I think our seniors today are a little more active and more involved than in the past. So I think if we had something active in that area for them to get involved in, like myself, that would be something that would really draw people, the seniors in. Something active to keep them motivated.
Yep, very good. Councilmember Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I agree with many of the sentiments already. One of the things that, we talk about trying to get, a more active community, and how do we do that? And, I think a lot of it's how do we get people into a center or a building, and, what's the kind of street, your curb appeal, so to speak, or something like that. And not necessarily curb appeal, but one of the great examples of doing something really cool to something super basic and honestly like miserable to walk up is the staircase over at Metro Parks where the big bridge is. Well, there's slides that go down there. My kids run up and down, back and forth, going down the slides, and I go up and down and going down the slides. And then that brings us into an area there. Now we're walking, into the park, or now we're walking down towards the waterfront. And it all started because we wanted to go down some slides. So it's not just about what the space looks like, but having something, how do you get kids involved in stuff? Well, it's not necessarily by they want to go to a class. They don't want to go to a class. They want to go to the slide. Well, they know that if they go to the slide, then they go to the class, and you start linking these things
With
together.
a splash pad or
Yeah,
whatever.
there's kind of unique, a little bit of a wow factor to it that we can get people in there and get them excited about something, and not just have another blah commercial looking, this looks like a city building situation that we want to get people in there and excited about.
It's gonna be
So,
attractive. Interior, exterior, sort of living. Gathering.
I read a book that was about this company. They did marketing, and they spent like $20,000 on this huge slide for their, no one ever went down the slide. It was just in their building, but everyone talked about the slide all the time, and it was in all their photos, and it was in, and it really was like kind of the highlight to it. There's a lot of examples like that, you want people leaving somewhere that says, oh, wow, we went there, and guess what? They even had this. And not that they have a lot of things, but they had one unique thing that kind of everyone was like, they even had, a climbing wall. They even had a slide or something. So just just selling the people on getting them in there and getting them excited about, you know, the other aspects of what's at the community center and stuff like that, so.
Mr. Branstad.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think, so Mr. Pearson makes a really good point about when we build something, while we want it to be flexible, we want it to have some element that makes it a destination. And not just a
Absolutely.
destination for folks in the community, although that's primary, but is a destination somewhat regionally and being able to go and do that. You know, and we have examples of that in our region. For instance, when I look at the convention center downtown in Tacoma, one of the things that I always go and look at is the whole series of windows that are etched with topographic maps of the area. Okay, you know, and it's something that's unique and that people remember about the building. Okay, or when I went to Denver, thing over there, and I got to see the bear. It was there, you know, to be able to do that. And I think that you know, another thing, the reason why we want to do this is, you know, we are making do with providing programming for seniors and for youth to be able to do that. I mean, we are sitting in the pop-up senior activity location. You know, several times a week, there are people in this room and they're sewing or they're playing mahjong or they're doing it. But then when they leave, it's like they were never here. You know, this isn't a place that they can sort of create some identity with and be able to go and do that. And I think that with flexibility, you can do that for both a variety of things. And the third space is important because we have found that one of the real challenges that, as we have tried to put some more focus on developing neighborhood associations and being able to go and do that, one of the first challenges that anybody who's trying to get something started is having a place to meet. You know, that can be a catalyst for that. And I think that there are places that you can get access to, but in a lot of them, the rental costs are for a group that's embryonic and doesn't have a lot of resources is problematic. Here in Lakewood, being able to go and do that. So, you know, having a place where folks go. And I am concerned is that I wish the library district was further along in their visioning of a permanent library, both with respect to place and as well as what it's going to look like and what's going to be in it, so that we're not working on replicating that. I'm just sort of disappointed in our relationship with them. I mean, they have torn down the old library, but every indication is that they're just trying to leave it as a blatant rock dirt lot with a temporary fence around it for a long time. You know, it's the next generation QFC right now until they go to do something. I think we are doing well with some of our outdoor things with the work that we've done in our parks around the community. And so this center doesn't have to be an anchor for a open athletic space, although it would be nice if it was adjacent to something of that nature, such as the Green Street Loop and in the plaza or or something else that would come developed. That I think, we're, at a place of where we want to create something that people will want to come to be there, but that the flexibility is that the building itself is a palette for the community to decide what really needs to go in there and be able to go and do that. And it's the making it attractive is one of our challenges, is that we have to make it attractive to the diverse elements of our community. Okay, and in other words, not just the seniors of a specific diverse thing, but make it go on, or the youth are a little bit more open to thinking about their things with covering across their level of diversity, being able to go and do that. I think we're in a place to do that. I think that on this list here, I'm still at multi-generational. I don't think we want to just specifically single out it that this is, well, we can afford to build a senior center or we can afford to build a youth center. I think we need to build something multi-generational, and we need to, and the fact that it's a single location, both of those groups, when we have talked with them, are open to being co-located. They kind of like the idea, though, about where if you look at the YMCA, and the YMCA, and while it's expensive, okay, and it goes and they do a thing, but in the YMCA there are certain spaces set aside that are just for youth, and there are certain activities that are there that are focused primarily on seniors being able to go and do that, and then yet there is a lot of space that can be applied to both of them, and I think that they're willing to do that. I think there's some discussions that we can go with our educational partners in the city, okay, to the extent that there's a need for places for some education that's not formal, but that is more a combination of interest-based, of people wanting to learn to do that. And I think that that's a challenge for the Pierce College and Clover Park Technical College in doing that, because of they're in a system where they have to try to, they can put those things on, but they got to have funding things, and they can't always guarantee that they'll happen if they don't get enough people. And they do that with cost. So I want to be able to do some things that we can mitigate the cost of people to bring things to the community, to be able to go and do that. And I think that, in terms of serving it should be a facility that can serve this community in the times of emergency needs. That's got some ability to adapt to that, to go on. Go on. And then the only thing that I would add in here is that I think it needs to have a kitchen.
I agree. It does.
Okay,
It needs to have a commercial
that there are so many activities of all sorts that food just makes comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely.
And being able to go and do that. And with a kitchen, it goes in, that goes in with the refrigeration and other things to be able to go and do that. But it takes up a piece of the space, but it needs to look to be able to go and do that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So it sounds like the feedback is we need everything for everybody at little cost.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna kind of summarize and pull out the notes I've taken, right, as we're looking at it. There are a lot of things. The biggest one that I heard was flexibility. I think the other thing would be the ability to reconfigure. Reconfiguration means a couple things to me. When we look at it, that's like real-time reconfiguration in terms of partition walls, things being able to move. At the same time, also when looking at it, the ability for whether that be expansion or redevelopment in the future as to how it's constructed and how the layout is done so that it's set in a manner that doesn't have a midspan that potentially means you can never open the building up more, right? As we move through it, that's one of the flexibility options. Avoid duplication in other facilities that we have. So the H Barn, McGavin, take a look at what we have and we move those forward so that we're not duplicating efforts. The one other big one, third space, really something that the sense of the community they really have. They take ownership. Every council member hit on that and all really from different angles when we look at it. So it is something that's easy to understand as to why we want to move through that. We are looking for maybe not necessarily a senior center, though that's still possibly an option, but senior activities and really what we look at and how we move forward with that. Things like health and wellness, potential for meals that ties into the kitchen, like Councilman Branstetter brought forward. Budget conscious, speed, and smart about how we do it, right? So that we're actually taking forward steps and we have a plan of action laid out as to how we move forward. Gym space is a no, because we have plenty of that, really, when we look at open space, multi-use, maybe you can do chair yoga, but we're not bringing in equipment that's taking up spaces. Ironically, chair yoga is a huge thing with the senior centers when you go to it.
Take a look at that
Class
national
maxes out.
campaign. I'll send it to the video.
So mini cafe ties into the kitchen, a space for youth for rehearsal or practices when they're coming up. Again, kind of that third space, sense of community and ownership. Health and wellness, high utilization. For what we're putting into it, we want to see a high utilization of the facility. So that ties in to Councilman Pearson's comment about the draw, the space that people want to be. What do we do and how do we actively engage in that? Arts and Cultural Center tie in as well that we look at. And then some emergency ability in case of natural disaster, earthquake, things of that nature to operate as that cooling and warming center like we would see or for disaster response. I think those are the main ones that I kind of walked away from. And then just kind of coming up with ideas really about what that draw is and how we look at that. There was mention of, fountains, slides, different things of that nature. There are plenty of those that we can investigate. Before going too far down a road, really in anything we look at, also wanting to go see some of the other sites. So have a better idea. There would be a full planning effort with it. But this gives us an idea really enough to kind of say, hey, maybe we need to be about this size when we start looking at those offers that exist other places to be functional and really to move forward with a plan. That gives us an idea of what we can look at and start investigating when it comes to properties.
The other thing I heard, Mr. Remack, from all of us, I believe, is a site and space that is accessible and connected to the non-motorized stuff we are already planning on and working on. And I think to Councilmember Pearson and Mr. Branstetter as well, a space ultimately when it's built, it has a sense of draw that has a sense of beauty, if you will, utility, but some beauty. So people would be drawn there as their third space, glass steel, like, something attractive, not just a box. Anything else, folks, on that? Mr. Loricella.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I think it's important to think location wise to me, within the central business district.
Absolutely.
I think we don't want to expand beyond that. And then the other thing is, as we look at the envisioning of this, to try and anticipate what it's going to be 20, 25, 30 years from now, and that it's still relevant to our community at that point.
It's challenging.
Which is really, it's hard to predict the future, right? But we can look backwards and see where we were 30 years ago and compare that to now. And just making sure we're making long-term decisions instead of what the latest trend is. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Boki's handball and now pickleball, is that what you're saying? Yeah, right.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate all that insight.
Yep.
I'm good to keep pushing forward if the council's good to go forward, or if they want a break
Yeah,
or where we're at.
why don't we take a 5-minute break real quick so people can get up and stretch and refill coffee or whatever.
Very good.
We'll just take a quick recess for 5 minutes.
That's good.
Looks like we've got most all of us back here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mr. Boki is going to be here in a second, but why don't we go ahead and proceed?
Very good. So the next topic we'll be going through will be the downtown park for the planning for the future. Reality and kind of what we're looking at and speaking to, we really ought to look at is the parcel that we just recently acquired.
Yep.
You know, as you know, we finished the clearing and the grading that we're looking at. We're working on that right now.
Looks
That's coming to an
awesome,
end.
by the way.
Thank you. We have some patching for the QFC separation wall we need to look at, the seeding for grass. And then from that point, really, we need to do more of a master planning process with the community participation as to what we do with the parcel. So there's not a whole lot really when I've put into this because I just really want to recommend the master planning with the community for the participation.
So 2 points on that. I was just
Yep.
chatting with Ms. Silva. So I saw it posted for the pending zoning change, right? I think we want to make sure, whether it's OSR 1 or 2, that whatever we want to change to could include the possibility of this multi-use center, not just grass. So we want to make sure that we don't step on ourselves and not impermissibly zone ourselves out of an opportunity,
Very good.
right? You guys agree with that, just so I'm clear? Yeah.
I just think that on the next steps piece, that, there is, we ought to put some kind of signage there that indicates that it's now an open space that belongs to the city, to be able to go and do that. And that, one of the things that was not demolished, but was that is within that area, there are some, whomever put them in there, some 4 or 5 park benches that are in disrepair. And we should probably take a look at either removing them or getting them to do that, because they now reflect on us.
Mhm.
And is the reader board going in this footprint or just next to this footprint?
I'm sorry.
The reader board.
Oh, it's gonna go on at some point on the city's right of way somewhere, not necessarily. in the
So it's
park.
not in the footprint of this, but it's to an observer, it'll look like it's a part of it.
Potentially it could. At the time that we worked with the reader board, this wasn't a property we owned
Right.
or anything, so this was not the planned location. The one thing I want to speak to so that we're all tracking and what we're going to be putting grass in and we're going to protect that still for quite a while for it to grow. That means remaining the fence, things of that nature to prevent people from moving through. We are in a time when it's going to take a period of time for that to take root before we really open that. So I think that should be something that's understood in terms of the erosion control and the management of the site itself. Give it a chance to get a foothold
Do
before.
they actually put down topsoil over the crushed asphalt, or what do they do when they
No.
see that there?
No, we're actually pulling the asphalt up.
I know that, but I mean, what's the grass gonna grow in?
We'll have to see exactly really what we had underneath it. Sometimes you have, you can scarify in
Okay.
terms of scratching it and it'll be fine. And other times you do need to bring in a bit of topsoil to see where you're at.
Okay.
But more to come on that, but
Yep.
it will not immediately be open with people walking through it. Just want to be clear on that. Yeah, no. Okay, so really when it comes to the master planning effort, at the same time, there will be costs associated with that as to what we're looking at. We want to ensure that it's holistic as to how we move forward with that so that we're not kind of piecemealing as we do. So that'll be a conversation also that comes into talking about when we look at the placement for a multi-generational center and how those two would afford each other. So just so we're on the same page. Any comments or input on that?
Any comments or input other than the zoning issue we just chatted about? Making sure we got the flexibility preserved on that?
All right. Thank you.
Ryan has, or
We got
Mr.
one.
Pearson has one, yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Probably like way too early, but, you know, when you look at parks that we have and don't have and public playgrounds and stuff that people have, there's not a whole lot of covered spaces like with stuff that kids can use during the the winter time. We have a lot of great summer parks and summer things, but they all are full of water and, you know, kids' pants are getting soaked going down the slides. And so,
You speaking from experience here?
yeah. My pants are getting soaked going down slides, so, but if there's, you know, if there's just some thought about, you know, and then when we have events in the, Motor Avenue in the summertime, you know, a good shade place, you know, that could also, so it's, could serve kind of a couple purposes, so just a thought.
Must be some good planning on that. There's
Yep.
lots of shade sails that can be done with steel posts and those kinds of things. Colorful and lower cost. They're colorful and lower cost where you can create some coverage, but yeah, go ahead, Mr.
All right. Thank you. We're gonna move on to the mixed use development, strategic development approach for Lakewood.
Okay.
How we're moving forward. Number of items we'll kind of step through. We'll just kind of walk through the list first. So brick and mortar retail trends that we're looking at, some experience driven lifestyle districts and the shift to communities that have been around that. The central business district strategy, some residential first development style modeling in terms of that's been shifting. The economic impact of JBLM, housing commercial space availability and analysis, as well as a parking availability and regulations, and then a case study of Bothell, which we've already kind of spoken to. So we might not be there too long, but then at the very end, we'll look at some courses of action for forward movement. Andy?
Next slide there, Mr. Mac. So as we kind of zero in on our central business district strategy and how to progress forward, many goals related to downtown suburban plan development, we're looking at analytics. And part of that analytics is looking at traditional brick and mortar retail services. And as we've seen, not even locally, but nationally, retail has significantly changed nationwide due to the growth of e-commerce. Currently, brick and mortar retail lags e-commerce by 81%. So that is not an insignificant statistic to take into consideration. In Lakewood, we see this reflected in about 65,000 square feet of commercial vacancies. In addition to that, we're also seeing that drop. So that 70.6% drop in brick and mortar retail was between 2022 and 2023, with an additional close to 1% through 23 and 24. So you're seeing that trend going in an opposite direction. These trends support the need for flexible. I think that's been part of our conversations, not just with the multi-generational community center, but also as we look at our land use regulations and our CBD strategy moving forward. For the need of flexible, vibrant lifestyle districts we're going to get into a little bit later that are supported by a diverse residency, which is here in Lakewood, but also encouraged by that multimodal and that foot traffic need to get people not only to reside in that location, but to seek those services within that immediate facility. And that kind of gets back to where we're seeing trends in Puget Sound, but also nationally about land use regulations. With everything we do, it's not a static thing. It's a living, breathing thing that evolves over time to blend residential, commercial, as well as recreational uses within defined districts. These mix of uses enhance walkability and drive local economic activity through experience-based engagement. And that could be a variety of different services that happen, whether that's that multicultural center or other private services. This too aligns with a lot of our state and regional planning efforts, whether it's in land use, but also in transportation. That's been kind of the conversations thus far.
So one of the items when we really look at it is prioritizing some residential development and what we look at. The reason we look at that is because commercial follows rooftops. When people live in the area, they're going to spend money in the community in which they live. They'll walk, look at different things, and we'll speak to that a little more when we get to JBLM even. But the reality is right now, and what we're looking at, we have approximately 65,000 square feet of available retail space in the town center. So when we've looked at mixed use previously, we've looked at it identically as like what is in the structure itself or on that particular parcel versus more of a basin approach, if we were to look at it, or a district approach. Hey, there's this much available commercial space in this district, in town center. So what is the availability of what we should do for housing? The reason that's important is the cost when it comes to putting residential over commercial and the space that comes into it is a lot of times you'll see it that space that is mixed use and the commercial is sitting vacant I mean, you can see it in downtown when you get off the ferries, you're walking along, it's a very high traffic, foot traffic, people passing it, and yet the spaces still remain vacant for years and years, kind of when you look at it.
Why is that, do you think?
So the reality comes down to the cost of where you're at, and
Yeah.
at the same time, people's ability and where they're centric to where they want to live. So we'll speak to this a little bit when we get to JBLM, but people stay where they're at, right? So if you have a limited amount of residential that's over it, and it's primarily office on the, office over this, and then you have only limited residential, people are not spending the money there. At the same time, some of the size and what the cost to build when it comes to that commercial space that is underneath the residential can be quite expensive, obviously. When you look at the structural stacking and the design elements that come into it, it's not inexpensive to create something that has 12-foot ceilings. And then on top of that, structurally stack another 5 stories. It comes much more efficient when you're looking at a space where you have limited footprint and you don't have the option to go ahead and move up. Like if you're adjacent to a road and it's not great in depth and you have to balance both your parking and then being able to get enough units, then people start to look at that. But when you're looking at areas where you have a large expansive footprint that's availability, so the town center is a good example of that, and why we look at Alliance and what the design they did and where they're looking at is, do we put in more retail underneath when there's already available space? Or is there to be something that when we're looking at it and determining what we want for that experience-driven lifestyle, that's, and I say that because the things that are really leading now, and Becky will speak to it a bit, are more they're not retail driven. They're more about restaurants and experience and coming in and time in the community. That's why we talk about the RAISE grant when we talked about it, what we're looking at for future developments, multimodal transportation. Everyone on the council has talked about it so far today, the Green Street Loop and people being able to move. So it's an idea of like pushing, just like Bob had spoken to, what do we do to incentivize the ability to move it forward? And so do you stick to a strict brick of this is what it says it must be, or do you start to shift a little bit, looking at a district as to what you're trying to grow as a culture and really where you're at? So that's probably the biggest thing. And so the central business district is large in general. We look at it in the sub area, but as you look at the sub area, it has, outer wings, you look at it, but then there's a central core. So we'll talk about that a little more as we're kind of moving through this as an idea that we're proposing and showing. So the next one, when we look at it, is actually showing the full central business district. You can take a look at it and see that it's large in nature, but if you look at the primary body of it, you'll see the large square that is town center, really, that kind of sits right there. And a lot of what we deal with, and what we move through is centered. That is the central hub really for Lakewood when we look at it. And so Becky is going to go ahead and run through a few of the different activities that we've been seeing so far.
Okay, you've seen these before, but basically we do look at kind of the retail landscape and trends and pull factor. And so Lakewood, due to council's programs and policies over time, Lakewood has been able to maintain a very balanced economy in general. So we have surplus in health and personal services, furniture and areas, and in general, more retail sales in Lakewood. So we're pulling in more shopping, and that has increased over time. We do get some leakage in the area of electronics and appliance, clothing, but still we do have a significant retail sales capture. And then retail sales tax has increased over time in the trends. We did see an uptick in 2020, and then it kind of flattened off. And then there was another uptick in last year, in fact, about 5% for retail sales. I will say that our vacancy rate, according to CoStar, our vacancy rate is 1.5%. For retail, we think that's a little bit low. It's probably more around 2% or so. But in general, the Seattle Tacoma metro area is hovering around 3.2% and outperforming the nation in general. So we're faring pretty well. And as you know, the Seattle metro area is due to increased residential development, also at a higher growth rate. And so we believe that with new housing, that will also drive sales and foot traffic and increase sales in the downtown. There has been, and the retail landscape has been evolving over time to more of experiential. So we're looking at maybe looking at more opportunities for experiences, entertainment. We're seeing more also more opportunities for food and restaurants coming into the downtown as we develop more retail, more residential. There's an opportunity for mixed-use development. However, being more flexible with those spaces will be key to the development over time. Rise in unique dining, anchors are changing over time. And then e-commerce, of course, is a big part of that experience. And sustainability and green spaces, as well as digital enhancements, and if you want to call it smart malls going forward. And and then also increasing that community and social hubs, you know, and it's a good time to be developing the community center because as you talked about, you know, creating that health and wellness and sense of community in place. Next slide.
So just one of the things that really wanted to talk to is Becky speaks to the experience and what we're looking at. That's even tying into like the retail when you're looking at it. So one of the ones we talk about here that she listed was like an experiential store, right? So Nike has customization stations now in some of their places. I can buy Nikes anywhere. I can buy Adidas's anywhere. I bought these Adidas's online. I didn't go to a store for them. But so the reality is, what is the draw? So the council's spoken to it already, even we talk about multi-generational. So as we talk about this and we're moving forward with what we're proposing in terms of like a basin approach to how we develop the town center and work with Kite as the realtor there, because they are now good partners to want to work with and want to move forward. We need to keep that in mind as to what we're trying to draw in. Because that's what, if it stings for just a multi-generational, we're like, this is what we need. Come see the slide. We want that same experience when it comes to people wanting to come here. But that also needs to have wanting to come here to live. Because I can do that every day. I can walk out and go do this. I can go to a concert. I can go to get this food right here, things of that nature.
Have a good experience. Mr. Brandsire.
I just had before we move on from this chart, I'm trying to understand the Lakewood taxable retail sales chart. And this is on a slide that talks about central business district strategy. So is this chart reflecting the retail sales in the central business district?
This is retail sales for the whole city.
So, okay. And I guess I'm trying to correlate this chart, which is generally an uptrend, although maybe plateaued since 2021. With the previous slide that said that retail sales were lagging online sales by 70%. So I'm trying to figure out what is actually happening to retail sales in the central business district. You know, have we seen that 70% drop in retail sales in the?
So the reality in what you're looking at here is this is a straight showing of the tax that was collected. But at the same time, when we look at it, I would take into account the CPI, the increase in what we look at for inflation and everything as we move across. So when we're looking at 2019 through 2024, you keep in mind what the cost, let's speak even to like gas is probably the easiest one when we look at it. What was the cost of gas when we were in 2019 versus what we're paying now? What is the cost of everything that we purchase now? So despite the inflation, you're seeing that it's sitting relatively flat. And since we collect tax off of actual goods, if we're not seeing a steady gain that should be tracking associated with the retail sales, then you're seeing that you're losing money. Like it should have a steady gain as it changes with any of the price index. As we move through things, you should see a gain with the price index as it moves. But as you noted, we kind of flattened out a little bit at 2021. This also wouldn't be able to speak to the e-commerce that we're seeing and what we're moving in terms of where it's going and how we're looking at it. And actually, a question I would have for Becky is what we're looking at here for taxable retail sales. Does that include any of our e-commerce that we get back, that we then get back from Department of Commerce like 3 months later for that sales?
It does include e-commerce as well.
Yeah.
I don't know what the breakout is. I think Ta has that information.
Well, in terms of trying to make some decisions about strategy and policy regarding the central business district, that, I guess trying to get some data that really looks at what has happened. And my concern about that is not so much on the total taxes that the city is getting, because if I'm going to spend $150 on a pair of Adidas, it'd be nice if you bought it from a store here, but if you buy it online, we still get the sales tax. Okay, so to be able to go and do that. But I'm more concerned with a look at our sub-area plan. And certainly prioritizing residential development in the sub-area, because we think that that's what it'll take to get some empty spaces filled. Okay. But I am concerned that the sub-area plan had goals for housing. That certainly that prioritizing that is going to accelerate our being able to meet those goals. But it also included a goal for jobs, for employment. And when we looked at that, there was a breakdown of what kind of jobs we expected to appear, okay, to grow. And there was a sizable percentage of those jobs that were expected to be retail jobs. And it sounds like we should not expect they're going to be employees working in brick and mortar retail that's going on. And so the thought there is that as we are sort of rethinking our strategy, and we're going to redefine some of the standards around that are written in the sub-area plan about mandating mixed use type of things that we want to relax, if I'm understanding you, to make it, developers have a chance to do a mixed use if it can, but if it doesn't pencil out, maybe be able to do something differently, that we should also take a look at, do we really expect the job growth that we want in the city to actually take place to the extent that we hope for in the downtown sub-area plan, or is the job growth going to be a bit less as we go to prioritizing and making the mandatory mixed use that would have helped drive jobs and housing together less? Is this going to be that as we look forward into 2026 and 2027, and we want to do a revision of the sub-area plan, both in terms of goals and some specific requirements, that job thing needs to figure out where are we going to find them to be able to go and do that.
So the reality and what we're speaking to is not necessarily that we're not expecting employees to return. It's a change in the type of employment they'll come back to doing. So they will be coming back to brick and mortar, but it won't be brick and mortar retail. It could be brick and mortar residential, not residential, but restaurants, experience driven. I travel a lot for the military, and as I travel, every community that I've been to, and I've been to at least like 12 in the last 2 years, they're now showing more experience, experience-driven events. I'm seeing breweries that are coming in. I'm seeing escape rooms. I'm seeing axe throwing, all of these things that are coming up, you know, rage rooms where people are paying just to come break something. You know, the idea of what has changed and what people are drawn to is really different nowadays, but that still requires people to maintain and run those. So that's still job driven. And when we look at the jobs and the reallocation or the thought of dropping that down, that's not really like an option in what we're looking at. When we look at what our allocation is from PSRC, their guidance and what we're looking at to maintain regional center. The reason that that's important is the cost effect of what we get out of the regional center for transportation dollars and things of that nature to keep us moving forward in a forward direction is important. So the activity units, you know, in terms of people and movement and everything that comes into town center is very important because we're a regional center. So what we do is not as important as like people being here working those jobs. If that's experience based and they, you know, we get 3,000 jobs from that. Okay, if we get population from creating new housing stock and JBLM soldiers and families want to live in an area where they can be close to base, so they only got to drive 5 minutes instead of driving 35 minutes, and that they go out, they will go out and spend their money when they're in the area if there are things for them to do is what we're looking at. So we're not saying that we won't refill the spaces. We're saying that we need to change the modality and what we're filling them with. And the trends tend to follow that as we look at it. Our number one employment in Lakewood is healthcare. You know, followed by number 2 and number 3 are retail and then leisure and experience when what we're looking at. So restaurants, things of that nature. So we're already there. What we're looking to do is to pull that retail and leisure up to be number 2 for that experience driven. And then it'll only increase in retail because people will walk and buy something. Like I will gladly go to Target if I lived right next to Target, but I don't. So if I'm not going to make that happen. But if I only had to walk out across the courtyard, could stop, get that and get, you know, Jamba Juice on my way home. Okay. I got headphones of Jamba Juice and I got a little bit of a walk. Like when we saw when we were at the library together and you were like, hey, I walked here. That's what we're trying to drive is that ability, that walkable multimodal community that is not necessarily focused on residential over this. And while that's going to be needed in some of the future, we need to be flexible in how we look at that at the same time. We have some flexibility that we built in, right? We say, yes, you can go ahead right now and put residential on the first floor, but your ceiling must be 16 feet tall. That is a huge cost when it comes to engineering design and layout, as well as fire protection systems, things of that nature. And nothing in the International Business Code, in the building code, requires you to have it be that tall. We could look at alternatives for not removing the requirement, but flexibility to give people to inquire them to come in.
That was supposed to be for commercial on the first floor, right?
Yeah,
Not
commercial on the
residential.
first floor, yeah. So
So I understand, I guess that on the job side, I am concerned is that if we're focused on, you know, if we have vacant spaces, okay, and if I was to go back, that means, those are jobs that were there previously that are not there now. I generally equate that to it, and as you refill those spaces with experiential or retail spaces, that I don't know that you're getting into you're replacing jobs, but I know that you are aggressively, you know, I think maybe experiential perhaps has a greater job density than retail. Maybe in something, but I may be interested, you know, but maybe I'm concerned that, not that I disagree with the strategy that you're saying. I am merely saying that then maybe we need to also look, what is our strategy to develop jobs elsewhere in the city? If we're not going to be able to aggressively grow, have job growth in the central business district, because we're adapting to reality.
Miss
How about-
Spears,
yeah, there
planning
we go.
manager,
Miss Spear.
joined us.
Yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate somebody, thank you. Appreciate the ability to jump in. One thing that the council should keep in mind is that the downtown sub-area plan with its growth targets for both jobs and housing was done in 2018. the Station District sub-area plan and its development regulations and its policies and growth targets wasn't adopted until 2021. And nothing has been done, as you know, to update the sub-area plan for downtown since. So the time may be ripe to actually look at both of those in more concert now because they were each developed somewhat separately. Downtown didn't predict or assume anything that would be happening in the Station District. And so there may be some opportunity here to shift some growth targets and also recognize the activity that's happened in both sub areas since 2018. And look at your growth targets ultimately, or look at where you want to be strategic with housing versus jobs, separate versus mixed use. So there's some ways to kind of maneuver forward over the next few years for the city planning to be, quite frankly, in my opinion, a little more realistic in the number of jobs that could come to one sub area. The number that was originally adopted for downtown is about 3/4 of the jobs for the next 20 years coming to the downtown. And that is a small portion of the city. So maybe there's an opportunity here to say, hey, Station District is growing great guns as well. And maybe there's a need or a desire to look at some economic development other than residential there too.
Mr. Pearson.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the, so the Central Business District has been like in effect, I guess, since 2018. And it seems what I'm hearing and seeing around the city is that the requirement for mixed use has really been more of a hindrance than anything because we don't have a lot of new development in the last 8 years that has mixed use aspects. So clearly it's not working. But we could have been, and we probably may have been missing out on really good housing projects that could have, you know, we have these 2.5 acres of unused retail space that, you know, could have kind of helped keep those places going or, you know, had people queued up to kind of fill some of those spaces more so than where we're at now. So, yeah, if we have something that's broken and not working, we need to fix it. And if that's the, you know, removing the mixed use requirement and, you know, promoting housing in general, I'm kind of for that, you know, you drive through places that, you know, you think had really good mixed use projects. There's a lot of places in UP, all of the bottom floor is empty. So was it really a good project? You know, they got the housing in, they got but is it really, people aren't in there doing anything. So, you know, if we can get, you know, good housing projects and then get good other projects, I think that, you know, that would be something to explore. Thanks.
Yeah, and I'm gonna let you guys obviously finish without all of us interrupting you. But there is an interesting thing, because when we go to the neighborhood association meetings, especially the downtown neighborhood association meeting and some of the public comments going through the RTA discussion for that, the leg down Gravelly Lake, there is an interesting sort of concern. I don't want to say fear, but a concern by a lot of the residents that if we don't require or if we incentivize just housing or promote just housing, will all the cute opportunity retail go away, right? That they're squeezed out, pushed out. And that's why people kind of push on us on the mixed use thing. I don't disagree though, that economically from a viability standpoint, it doesn't seem to work in every sort of location. Proctor seems to work. Puyallup downtown seems to work. Auburn, where I work downtown, it's not working yet. Other Tacoma area, well, I had a mixed use, you know, where my law firm was, not retail, but it was an office space. And so that was one that worked. So I don't know. I mean, we have to trust you folks because you're providing the feedback on the trends, but you know, the community is concerned about a downtown core of unattractive, you know, in quotes, unattractive housing to the exclusion of any sort of retail opportunities. And I know that's just a concern that may not have a basis in fact, but it's a concern that we're grappling with. Yep.
Just to kind of add on to your comments there, You know, I think the other part that Mr. Rimac was talking about was that, you know, those, right now we have lots of just open, you know, single story lots. There's no reason to do the mixed use component right now, because right now we have larger, you know, acre, 2 acre, 3 acre lots. So you can fit parking, you can fit this, you can fit that. You know, when you start shrinking things down and now you're doing like this really kind of urban infill, you know, business infill, that's where, you know, now if we're trying to get businesses and housing, you know, in smaller, denser areas, that I think that it may make more sense for some of the kind of mixed use to go into those spaces. But I think that right now we're in the phase where we need to get some of this good housing in here and get a core of people into the central business district, and then let that kind of drive whatever is going to come, you know, whatever businesses are going to come or future projects that may include mixed use. But I don't think pigeonholing people into requiring mixed uses.
We're doing a bit of a read ahead. If we could let Becky go, then we'll kind of move right.
Yeah,
in. That kind of
absolutely.
is what you're speaking to.
Yep. Did you have
Okay.
something to say? Okay.
All right, I would just add that, you know, we have been noticing a trend for increased home-based businesses, so more entrepreneurial activity in the market. And then right now, mixed use may not make sense, but as we build more density over time, it could. But, okay, next. Okay. So, let's see. Okay, so as you know, the Lakewood Town Center has gone through a few iterations. So starting with the Villa Plaza in 57, and the open air kind of strip mall feel, featuring other stores like JCPenney's and so forth. And then it transformed in 1989 to the Villa Plaza, redeveloped into an enclosed mall and rebranded. Transition was aimed at modernization and so forth. That again transitioned in early 2000s after the Lakewood Mall had kind of been starting to fail. In response to that, a lot of it was demolished, and the enclosed sections developed into the open air Lakewood Town Center as you see it today. And revitalization actually aimed at more of the community needs. And traditionally, Lakewood has kind of followed the retail trends over time. And now we're looking at, you know, what do we become now, and the density and the housing and so forth. A lot of stores have come and gone. As I mentioned, retail comes and goes. And it's not strictly just retail. We have gyms now, we have healthcare, we have other experiences like Catapult and so forth. And we see that changing as well over time. There are some types of stores that still people prefer in-store experiences like buying cell phones and things like that. And again, you know, as you mentioned, working closely with the property owners in partnering to make the center as best as it can be for the community. Next slide. Okay. So, and then you've seen this also before. So as of 2019 Q3, we had just under 32,000 jobs, 31,718. And now we're hovering as of Q3 2024, 32,700 jobs roughly, with a target by 2044 of 39,735. We do have major employment centers within Lakewood. Lakewood Industrial Park, as you know, probably has between 65 and 70 businesses operating, about 2,000 employees, with a real mix of manufacturing, distribution, logistics, and some retail primarily. And then the newest Woodbrook Business Park with 10 businesses and about 1,000 jobs. The primary employer out there is Amazon, as you know, about 350 to 400 jobs. Downtown is tend to be, we're seeing more professional services. As was mentioned, healthcare is a primary driver, services, mixes of retail, entertainment, housing, restaurants, and so forth. We also have South Tacoma Way as another retail trade area, very significant in Lakewood, diverse, primarily Korean and Mexican, and then a mix of Vietnamese, Cambodian, and other cultures in that area. Has a huge draw, very active. And then the Bridgeport Pack Highway is another retail trade area that we have retail restaurants and then another hotel coming into the area. We do work very closely with
Quick question for
pardon me.
Mr. Boki there.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Thank you. I'm just interrupting here,
Yeah,
but we've seen some new businesses come in, I think, and I don't know if they migrate from Tacoma or whatnot, and build some nice new spaces. Really, it seems, I think we miss stuff over on the east side because none of us live there, really. So, but are there any gaps that you're seeing where you're getting calls from folks? Hey, do you have this type of space available for this kind of activity? And clearly we've had a lot of industrial or warehouse space, but are there any things that we just don't have, right? But there's some demand for? Are we missing something?
Well, I think that we don't have a lot of land, as was mentioned. So the larger retailers that we might like to have come into Lakewood, such as Costco or Home Depot and things like that, we'd love to have here and who would love to be in Lakewood. We just don't necessarily have that. It's a redevelopment. I've also heard kind of the mid-manufacturing, kind of 20,000 square foot for 30,000 square foot is another area and we are trying to build the manufacturing center as well and seeing more advanced manufacturing, those types of things. And then I think also, as was mentioned, the experiences and the entertainment coming into Lakewood. But for example, pickleball, it was mentioned, that's a big change in what's happening. And so a center for activities and the ones that Jeff had mentioned, that kind of multi activities that could be another build. I know that Kaitas talked about building more retail, but that won't happen until we have more housing in the area. So
And as Becky talks about, even with pickleball, I think it's 23 kitchens and
That thing is amazing.
Yeah, I went down, didn't know what it was one time, was looking for something to do. I was like, wow, okay.
Love that. I like that,
But
yeah.
it's highly utilized, and it doesn't take a lot of space. It's internal. A lot of it, they have some external courts and things like that, but they have some meeting space associated with it, some food, like we've spoken to, like we would do with a community center. But at the same time, it can be all done internal. It can be put into a large space that's already exists within town center, things of that nature. But to have that, you have to have the housing and people around it that are gonna come utilize it, and what we're looking at. And we have the ability, and we're gonna speak to it a little bit in just the future, of the equivalence of what we have, what we're parked next to with JBLM is immense. But when we talk to where those members live, they're not in Lakewood, because we don't have the experience and what they're looking for in the housing stock. So it's something that we need to consider, because you have ready availability of personnel. You
Right.
just have to cater to what they're looking at within the confines of what we want to see as a city or what the council wants to see as a city. So.
one of the others is we have a significant creative culture. And so space for performing arts or music. So if someone wants to come in and have a band or what have you to be able to do that. So, and then what was mentioned earlier, opportunities for practice. So the school district and other organizations to having opportunities for just spaces to be and also practice. Those types of things I've heard as well. Okay. Okay. Okay, next. All right, I think that's you. Yeah.
So we're gonna kind of walk
Where's
through
our
some
screen?
different items specifically about kind of a shift in modality of what we're really looking at. So one of the things that you'll see right here at the top is the retail follows rooftops. You know, residential drives businesses will come to support them. That can be small businesses and they grow, and that's how we end up with centers of, like we have here in Lakewood. Currently, we have a 35% commercial requirement when it comes to mixed use and what has to be on the property. That could be horizontal or that could be vertical. But if you're a developer and you're looking at it right now and you have 65,000 square feet available in the same center, it does not pencil to then go ahead and put it in. If there was some flexibility even in what we looked at in terms of, and there is a little bit when it comes to parking reductions, things like that associated with transit oriented shared parking use agreements. There's a multitude of things that do exist. But in terms of flexibility in the actual structure themselves, that's not really as prevalent. Like I said, 16-foot ceiling is what's required for you. You can put residential in it, but you have to give it a 16-foot ceiling. That's difficult. So some thoughts as to what we do and allow or when it comes to mixed use and how we look at it flexibility in terms of like, as we're looking at it as a center versus an individual building or an individual parcel, right? The idea holistically that I've heard is that we want a community that has culture and experience and the ability for all the different people who live here to come and participate and have a sense of being and purpose. And this is our community. That's the goal that I've been hearing from the council. So how we get there are multiple ways to do it. So we just need to be flexible in what we talk about when it comes to mixed use. So consider that live where consumer habits have built-in shoppers, right? JBLM, that's probably the big one for me. Being prior military or still in the military with 28 years, everywhere I go, there is something around the base that attracts people to want to come in and where you want to be. It brings in workers that come in to, you know, it brings in soldiers and sailors who come in on temporary duty assignments and what we look at. But there are 40,000 people that are on base right now that are just actual in the military. 70% of them live off base. When we look at the survey that comes in as to where those are though, we are 6th in location to where they actually live. But when we go through the surveys and we ask what is it they're looking for and where they want to spend their money, it's like, I want to be, you know, convenient. I want it close to home. I want to be able to go do this. So when I look at it, my immediate thought is, well, why are we not providing more ability for them to actually have a place to live close? I don't want to drive 35 minutes to get to base. I want to drive 5 minutes to get to base. And when I get home, I want to be able to go 5 minutes and get, you know, food or go do my shopping, the things that I want to do. So the reality is JBLM is an entire city, realistically, when you look at it in and of itself. And then there's the 15,000 people that 100% live off base that work on base, and where are they driving from? So the opportunity to capture the workforce that exists at JBLM and bring them into Lakewood is huge. We see them in the middle of the day. We go out, we get lunch, we go anywhere, you go in any of the stores and we will see them. But if you go out at 5:30, it's, you know, not even a third as to that because people have gone home, right? They've gone home to do their shopping, they're stopping to get their food in their local neighborhood, things of that nature. The military in general, when you look at it, it's a younger demographic, just in general. When we looked at it, I think it was about 52% is 44 and below in what you look at and where they're at. So is the families, they have money that they're looking that they need to spend on their family, but there's a large demographic that are looking to spend their extra money outside. I know when I was like an E5, I lived with 2 other E5s while getting full BAH. I had lots of money to do other things. And they're willing to do that, but there has to be a space for that. So I think one of the things we need to focus on is what we've gotten out of the surveys that we've done and what they're looking for. And we kind of need to move towards that. People coming in like the Wellstone, they're coming in because they're getting that preferred contractor, preferred housing when it comes to the base. The base is short on their housing supply and their stock and what they provide. They've acknowledged they're about 800 homes short. They're going to build about 400 homes over the next, I think it's 5 years, roughly 5 to 7 years. It's a long process for them to get through it. And the cost for them is, you know, significant. Anyone who's dealt with government contracts and building on base, it's not It's not very cost effective, I guess would be the best way to look at it, or quick, you know, with the things that you go through. So you look externally, we have the hotels that are coming in. While people have maybe not asked, what is the driver for that? I can speak to my experience, 10 years on Lewis McCord. I never once stayed on base. Every time they put me out into a hotel at government rate. So when people are coming on temporary orders for 3 months, going to school, things of that nature, they don't have a house, they don't have an Airbnb, they're staying in a hotel. And that's why you'll see around every base that there is plentiful, you know, rental stock when it comes to any of your hotels. So one of the things, we need to look at JBLM and how we cater to pull some of those people in. Certainly.
But definitely.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just curious, is there any consideration for daycare? Because that's one of the big problems that they have.
Yes.
in place.
So there is, we've been through, when we went through the SSMCP, we looked at the history that came out, and Lakewood has been proactive on the allowance for moving forward with daycare and where we allow it. We were one of the few cities in the state that actually took preemptive action to say, yes, we can do daycare in more places. There is a need for daycare. There is 100%.
Mr. Boki?
So when you discuss this in close proximity, and I think Wellstone's a good example because those guys, they were local guys, right? They were from the Bellevue area or whatever, the King County. But then when they got it normalized, they sold it off to a group out of Chicago that I think specializes in doing stuff outside of bases. So this then goes back to Ms. Spear's point. I mean, should we start having a broader discussion about the station district plan, which is in close proximity? And do we need to start carefully discussing the Springbrook area?
There's always conversations we had. I do believe Ms. Spears is correct in looking at the station district as well as the central business district and what we're kind of driving on. If you look at the development right now for multifamily in the station district, it's going really well. That was one where we have the affordable housing that's going in that had a lot of support and able for it to move forward. There's growth to be had between the two districts, and we've driven our sub-area plans to really kind of facilitate that. That is the goal. So I think she's 100% correct in that should kind of be our focus for now before we expand.
The station district plan what are the commercial elements of the station district plan? I know we talked a lot about new multifamily, and that's some of that's going in now, right? So that's happening. But if retail or commercial follows housing, what are the opportunities for housing, or excuse me, commercial in the district plan?
Okay. Thank you for the question. The Station District Sub-Area Plan, if you'll recall, in 21, when it was adopted, had a strong focus on what at that time was being called Lakewood Landing. And that was going to be a 30-acre master plan development that included mixed use, a significant job percentage out of the total. That did not come to fruition just because of the way owners of the land have gone in a different direction. And so there really is an opportunity within, again, looking maybe at that sub-area plan and updating it to say, okay, we planned for originally in this plan about 20% of job growth and 20% of housing growth in this area. Do we need to change up those targets in relation to what would be happening in the downtown? If proportions in one area change, maybe you are shifting back and forth and kind of seeing them as a 1-2 punch. But in terms of what was planned aside from Lakewood Landing, the idea was, again, taking advantage of the station district, I'm sorry, the station itself. So commuters wanting to come and live in mixed housing, middle housing is the term of today, but also people that are working in Lakewood and leave to go find their house, getting them able to work here and so they can live and work in the same place. The job opportunities there, I think, are broad because you have such a wide range of need right there next to the freight corridors. It can be the retail needed for the people that are living there now or in the future, but it can also be the commercial retail services that complement healthcare in the city, that complement people passing through, that complement the need for additional grocery stores in the city. So it's really wide open, and it's even wider open than originally anticipated because again, Lakewood Landing ultimately didn't happen. So right along the highway, there's a lot of opportunity for different types of employment.
And one of the things to kind of circle back to is while we look at the sub-area plans and those are a larger lift and there's a monetary assumption associated with that and doing that full redesign, if you look at it, or an update, there are allowances within the sub-area now that we can look at in terms of making shifts. You know, there are near-term, the way to do this and really what we're looking at is there are near-term goals we can get, right? Like take a bite at the apple now and then continue to move through it. No one eats an elephant, whole. It's like one bite at a time, right? So let's look at what we have that we can immediately do, and then we future plan for what can be done as we go ahead and reassess. But for right now, just like Ms. Spears spoke to, the opportunity that exists with the Station District, what exists within Central Business District, we need to take advantage of those and try to take actions to move those forward and remove any obstacles that we would look at for growth and development. I mean, one of the things that Mr. Stowe spoke to right away was like, hey, we were removing barriers. That was our goal. How do we remove barriers to have people move forward? And so we run into some things that do act as barriers. With that, I'll try to move to the next one. Really, when we look at it, we have a housing and commercial space analysis. We know that about 95% of our housing stock that is rental is already rented. So we have less than 5% availability for anybody to live in the area or new renters to come in. That explains part of the reason why we're having loss of JBLM when we're looking at it. We have, we got a different number there, but 65,000 square feet when it comes to the commercial space in town center and what we're looking at that is available and ready to be built. But we only have 5% of people that are able to come in and continue to add to the community. Some places have been looking at the potential for converting. It's not something that I would really recommend, but I'm just talking about holistically what people have looked at. The idea is to lay out the landscape of really what's happening kind of across the nation as well as in the Pacific Northwest. The conversion of space that's not being reutilized has been happening. I don't believe that's something that we need to do here. We have other opportunities. I would much rather see the rooftops comes in, the more dense multifamily that is planned for the sub area here, and then see those spaces refill with people coming back and retailers as well as providers of experience and food, everything of that nature. Like there's a base here. There's a reason for me to be coming. There's a population base. So one of the other things that will be coming up, and we'll be talking about it in a later section, is the parking availability and regulations. Currently, right now, if you look in the Central Business District, specifically Town Center, there is an availability of parking. Really, when we look at that, that's because it was an old style when we looked at it for a retail center where people were driven in from the outer areas to come in and be in the area. But as we've seen, the need for parking still exists. There's been reductions in terms of allowances that are coming in through regulation for what can be required for that. That can have ripple effects as to what happens in the neighborhood. And so one of the things in looking at the Central Business District, specifically Town Center, is that large amount of availability that currently exists in terms of the asphalt that is to repurpose that. Can you put a structure and still provide enough parking? Yes, Alliance is a good example of that, right? They're providing parking for 309 units while at the same time maintaining the same footprint that they were already, that was Barnes and Noble and the asphalt, well, the back 40, as I've heard it called, that exists. So there's the opportunity for redevelopment without impact to the surrounding streets or any cast off. This is important, and we'll talk about it a little more when we get to the parking legislation portion. That is going to be another section, but right now in Town Center, there's the availability for redevelopment or inclusion of housing while still maintaining parking on site without overflow or bleed out onto streets.
Can I ask you a question? Sure. This may be a Becky question too. You know, as I look at other jurisdictions that have done, take away the mixed use piece for a minute and just talk about housing density where you're going vertical. And many of them have successfully included parking within the structure, right? I'm thinking about Auburn, I'm thinking about Olympia recently. Kent may have some too. It's attractive and it has parking in the structure. It's, gated and they go in and do their thing. I know it's expensive. How do we, in this market, kind of incentivize that which we want? If we want to have this dense stuff, the community doesn't want to have schlocky looking stuff. There's a big fear about woody walk-ups and, stuff that just disintegrates over time. So how do we incentivize the kind of really good looking development that has parking on site as opposed to swath of asphalt and woody walk-ups?
So it's really kind of what we put forward as to how we remove barriers for where they're gonna come. We already do a good job, far more than anywhere else. So when it comes to like our development costs, really when we look at it,
Mhm.
we've seen the fees as we go across and I do the assessment of where we're at in relation to Western Washington. We're in the bottom third of what we're looking at. So it's attractive in that manner in terms of coming up. We have the planned action SEPA that already exists here and what we're looking at. That's another bonus, right? They come in, do I fall underneath these? Yes,
Right.
I do. I don't have to wait the SEPA period. Then I can
Mhm.
go ahead and move forward the things that we're looking with. There's the TMF that, you know, people
Mhm.
absorb that. They're used to it. That's a
Mhm.
standard. I mean, while we don't have impact fees and for one zone, we have the TMF. And when you look
Right.
at that,
It's not that
developers are
big of a
used to
deal.
that.
Yeah.
Developers will pay to come if there's an ability to go ahead and get speed and time.
Mhm.
Realistically, before in my past, I asked for a developer to come and do a presentation on what it was for a plat. When looking at a
Mhm.
plat, and it really came down to just the time. It was the rework loops and the slowdown in permitting that
Mhm.
really
Mhm.
prevented them from being able to move forward. At the same time, infrastructure, the coordination
Mhm.
with our surrounding, you know, while we're not a full service city,
Mhm.
we have good partnerships with those around us. And so maintaining that, and then recently we've been working on creating those to be more fluid, removing barriers that exist in terms of, does water district really need to look at this? No, they
Mhm.
need to look at these four, right? Well, they were looking at everything, so you remove it. So
Yeah.
you're shrinking the touch time on what people are doing, the number of steps. So we're moving those barriers in terms of process. Then at the same time, like same as we've planned when it comes to infrastructure and capital projects and everything that we do, we are focused on multimodal. We have the Green Street Loop. When I look at the Green Street Loop plan originally, it had a civic center identified, you know, somewhere in town center
Mhm.
and what we're looking at. So when we talk even about, we are forward thinking and where we're at. Getting someone to come in and build underneath it is removing some of the, you have to look at removing time and then at the
Mhm.
same time, some of the infrastructure costs that comes with it
Right.
to get them there.
Maybe that's where you figure out a way to incentivize using an MFTE. We'll,
Mhm.
we'll grant an MFTE if you do.
Yeah.
On
Yeah,
site.
one, and we have a lot of density bonus really when it looks at
Yeah.
it in the central business district.
Mhm.
So the ability to have a larger capacity and really what you want to look at,
Mhm.
it's impressive. Part of that is marketing and part of it is also a successful project that is a catalyst for what we're
Right.
looking at, why
Yeah.
we focus on what we're looking at.
Okay, sorry to interrupt. but-
No problem. So yeah, so retail parking, there's
Mhm.
availability right now where we're at.
Yep.
We had, Mr. Stowe came up earlier and spoke to it, so I'll just kind of continue to move through this, but they had a direct influence over what they did by the purchasing of the 25 acres, right? We talked about removing the barriers. Thank you for the segue, Mr. Mayor, the public-private partnerships that they
Mhm.
looked at to find paths and how they move forward. They also, when they looked at it, they operated it as a business and really what they were looking at. It was an investment into the future and what they were doing. Was it?
Do we have some overlays, maps on Bothell here? We probably did, right?
No, I don't believe, no, we didn't. We're just speaking to the case study.
Okay.
It's because it's not that we would do the exact the same, right?
Sure.
The footprint and what they're looking with, they had
Mhm.
mixed use and they went vertical based on the footprint and availability and
Right.
where it was. That's not really the point of what I'm looking at. What I'm looking at is the mindset that they utilized and how they were moving forward.
Mhm.
They operated more as a business. For a public entity, they
Mhm.
changed what they were looking at. They said, we need a return on investment. This is how we're gonna do it, and here's how we get there. They looked at the same things that you're asking, Mr. Mayor, you know, what do people need or what infrastructure investments do we need to do
Mhm.
to go ahead and move this forward? The thing about it is Lakewood has been doing it with, while not purposefully necessarily, we want to improve the neighborhood and what we're doing. You've been moving forward in that already. So now it's capitalizing and do we go to the next step? Do we go ahead and look at this as a equivalent of a district? You know, when it comes to the town center
Mhm.
and the ability of how we move forward to draw people in and move that. So that was probably the biggest thing in looking at it and why Bothell to me is a case study that I really like.
Mhm.
Because it was just, they managed their own risk. They took on risk. There's no
Mm,
doubt about
for
that
sure,
when they
yeah.
looked at it. They took it. But they went ahead and then did infrastructure to align so that like people came in like, oh, this, everything's here. Okay, let's move forward. We're in a position that we have the ability with the relationships we have with all of our utility providers and things of that nature to be very successful. Right? And then the predictability. I talked
Mhm.
about time. Predictability is what every investor or every developer will always ask for. How long is it going to take me to get the permit? That's what they want. They don't care if you tell it takes them 90 days. Of course, they always want it faster, but if you tell them 90 days they want it in
Right.
90 days because they
Absolutely.
base their plan off that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So. That was the total of what we were looking at here. Really, it was just a combination to really start having a conversation about how we relook at where we're at and, oh, sorry. And some ideas around it and the ability for staff to kind of thinking outside of the box is what we're presenting and talking about. So that we can draw in with that residential, the rest of everything else we're looking at. That includes some other areas we've looked at. I believe it's been talked about, but like, what do we do with our industrial space? Went down to, by Cal Poly in San Luis Obispo, and there's quite a few breweries that were there, right? They're
Yeah.
manufacturing, and it's an industrial space in what they're looking at. We have industrial availability. Why would we not look at being able to do that? Breweries, wineries, things of that nature. They had some small, the ability to do trivia night and things like that. Again, those experiences that draw people in.
So you look at the warehouse district up in Woodinville. I mean,
Yeah.
it's wildly successful because they got an identity, culture there.
100%.
Yeah.
So I'll move on to parking legislation, something that's going to be impacting us for a bit here, and Ms. Spears.
Thank you once again. So this was actually brought in front of the council over the last 18 to 24 months, strictly regarding residential, because there's been so many changes to housing law and regulation over the past few years coming down from the state. And that was reflected in the 2024 periodic review that was adopted last September. But if you'll recall, there was several bills that really specifically said you can or you cannot, as a local government, do these things related to parking. And again, it started up with housing specifically, but right now, the legislature is looking at several bills that also would affect commercial development and the amount of control that a local government would have on requiring parking for commercial development. The other thing I want to just remind everyone is that the law is saying you can or cannot do X, Y, or Z. But if there is a situation where you have a city unable to say you need to provide so many parking spaces per a housing unit or per the type of retail or commercial activity, that does not by any means mean a developer wouldn't choose to do that anyway. So you may well have developers coming in who want to have this type of product or this level of quality of product who would say, I appreciate that your code says X, but I'm actually going to provide more parking because that's what this type of development needs. On the other hand, you may well have, because of the economy and because of costs of development, one reason the legislature did what it did with its recent adopted and ongoing conversations about parking limitations is that parking is one of the most expensive pieces. And so the intent here from the legislature is to say, local government, get out of the way, let these guys come in and build, et cetera. So all of those are background caveats. But in 2024, there were a couple of bills, as I said, that said, particularly if you're close to a transit station, you're not able as a local government to say you will have so many parking spaces above a minimum. And if you're in other areas of the city, you've got a little more ability to say things have to happen on site. But if you're near a transit area, that goes away in some cases altogether. So it is a matter of a developer saying, I don't want to have it on site. I don't have to have it on site. So I'm going to assume that there's parking available in other parts nearby on the street, or there happens to be a larger parking space nearby that people can share. Or you have a developer that says, whether it's commercial or residential, I think my product needs this many parking spaces and I'm going to do this regardless of what I have to do per regulation. In 2025, though, and more pertinent perhaps to what we're talking about with the downtown, is that there are now bills that are taking the same approach with commercial development. They're now saying, local government, you cannot require more than a certain number of parking stalls per acreage or per the type of development it is. And it is definitely a different position than what has historically been in the authority of a local government to take. So you could go to that map then. This is the map that was provided. And again, this is just residential because this predates what is now being discussed by the legislature. But this map shows you in red all of the areas in the city where there are residential streets less than our current city's minimum right-of-way width of 60 feet. So the city's young, this was built out, you know, in some cases decades before incorporation, and these streets are simply narrower than would be built today at a minimum. The areas where you see the darker blue in addition to the red, and there's a few of them just to the west of where we sit, are areas where not only are the streets themselves too narrow right in that spot, but there are no places where parking could happen within 300 feet.
Wow.
And so the idea there is, for some of the other areas where there's no dark blue, the thought process is that street right there might be a little too narrow, but there's space nearby that people would realistically maybe be able to park from and walk to their home, or in commercial instances, their job. The blue areas are where not only is that street itself narrow, but there's no spots where parking could potentially happen within 300 feet. So this was the start of the conversation about what type of parking study should Lakewood pursue. There was the allowance in state law now for a city to say, hey, wait a minute, we appreciate what you're trying to do, but there are true health and safety issues here. If you are requiring, or de facto requiring, because you don't let us say you have to put it on site, de facto requiring on-street parking, there are health and safety issues because of the way our streets are designed, the width of them or whatever else. And so Lakewood had been looking at doing that for the residential areas. That, however, now that we have the final criteria and direction coming from the Department of Commerce, there are more restrictions on what that parking study can try to show. And it requires also very specific data about what would be different if this area was built with just single family detached. What would be the parking effects there versus what you're talking about with your middle housing or your ADU additions? Because they're trying to limit in the statute how a city can say we don't have enough space. They're trying to say, okay, only if you meet these specific criteria can you quote qualify for an exemption from this rule. And so as you see here, it's significant safety risks. It's explicitly tied at this point to middle housing or accessory dwelling unit parking, meaning the single family detached parking is not so much what you're looking at. It's just those new required ADU or middle housing units at the higher densities in your residential areas. The empirical parking study is supposed to be in as small of a geographic footprint as possible. So it's not something where, for instance, Lakewood could come to Department of Commerce ultimately with the city of Lakewood as a whole, with all of these residential areas you see in red or with the blue. These are all areas that should be exempted from the requirements. They would want a smaller geographic footprint and probably multiple studies to get to where I think the city at this point would want to go. All of these things as well have to be, okay, well, fine, all and good. You say you can't do it because it's unsafe. What could you do to mitigate that safety risk? And so it's the signage or the enforcement of permitting for parking on site or gathering dollars through parking fees. All of this now is being talked about in terms of commercial development as well. And so we could be looking at in the downtown sub area, potentially in the Lakewood Station as well, this idea that commercial development may not have on-street parking, or, I'm sorry, on-site parking either. So all of this over time, it obviously isn't going to all happen tomorrow, but over time, you're going to have additional pressure on Lakewood's streets for roads, for driving. And then again, we're also at the same time being asked or required to add multimodal options for transportation. So part of a parking study is to say, how else can you get to these units if you don't use a car? Or how else could you get commercially to a job without using a car? So I think at this point, from staff's perspective, an empirical parking study or studies should definitely be done. And there are certainly areas in the city where it would qualify because of health and safety concerns, but it is not going to be a citywide exemption that could be achieved. And it would be potentially a response from Commerce to say, okay, here's some mitigation factors we would ask you to look at before exempting this part of the city from these requirements. So happy to answer any other questions with that.
Mr. Branson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Spear. I guess I understand that if you want to create greater requirements than the statutes allow to require that parking be on site, you have to have an empirical study that shows why it can't be essentially on a nearby off-site location, and that could be on a street. And the empirical study is focused on health and safety concerns that would occur if the parking was moved off-site. How broad is the definition of health and safety?
There has been an attempt in the way it's drafted to be pretty narrow, meaning like accident risk. If someone were to be walking on this street while there's parking on one or both sides, do they even have room to walk if there's no sidewalk? And is there a risk of injury to that individual? Is there the potential for increased car crashes because of the narrow street? So it's really not just a generalized health, safety, general welfare conversation. They have some pretty specific criteria. And so it's a matter, again, of finding where in the city are those spots now and where they might be in the future. Because as Mr. Remek was just saying, in our commercial areas, particularly right here in the town center, there's lots of parking right now. But if there's redevelopment where things go vertical over current parking spaces and those parking spaces aren't replaced somehow, you may end up with commercial areas where there's a dearth as well over time.
Okay, so you had a map that says, essentially showed at least an initial look at places that we thought that the structure of our rights of way would not be able to have parking, and was the that inferred on that you couldn't even have parking on just one side of the street because of the narrow right of way?
Well, what this was attempting to show was that these are the areas where the right of way is less than 60 feet. 60 feet is the current minimum in city regulation for a public street. And these areas, it could be a little less than 60 feet, or it could be a lot less than 60 feet wide. The other thing that this did not show is where all the trees are in relation to these roads, which would also potentially be using some of that right of way right now. So if you're trying to preserve trees at the same time you're trying to deal with residential parking and street improvements, where does that leave you? Leave, not leaf. The intent was, though, that this only shows you residential areas. It's not the commercial parts. And so we would need to reanalyze if there's any commercial areas where we have similar things. If you were to add parking either on one side or both to these rights of way that are less than 60 feet, you would be having significant difficulty with two-way travel, let alone multimodal things on that right of way. Sorry.
So when when was this map created? Is this, 5 years ago, 2 years ago?
It was probably created about 18 months ago. This was part of the conversation early on during the 24 periodic review.
Okay. And then how did the existence of sidewalks and bike lanes impact this consideration of could parking be there and safety issues? And I think about in Tillicum, for example, when we redid Portland Avenue and we put in the curbs, gutters, and sidewalks, and there were a good number of people where that road previously had gravelled shoulders that weren't able to park there, but now still do. They park on the actual sidewalk, or they park there to be able to go and do that. And that creates some angst amongst residents that are there. Is that a situation that would fall into that when you put in curb gutters and sidewalks, and even if you put in curb gutters and sidewalks and bike lanes, you reduce the effective right of way below the level that where parking is going to allow the safe movement of traffic, particularly on a one-lane road. And I'm thinking that in Oak Brook when we redid Onyx Drive from the park up to 87th and then down 87th all the way to Phillips, that when those sidewalks and things were put in, there was a lot of concern initially voiced by some of the residents along that street that they were used to having the ability of visitors or even their third car or more to be able to park on the gravel shoulder. And I think that as we are in a city that we're looking to continue to move from rural to more urban designs, and we are going to plan to continue to build sidewalks and put in curb and gutter infrastructure, that if we have an area where we allow development that becomes reliant upon on-street parking, but then like, let's say on Mount Tahoma Drive, that where there are currently there's a good bit of availability if you want to park on the shoulder of the road, which is technically within the right of way, but we plan to use that right of way for sidewalks and things. If we had allowed some development for someone who had built something that based on the then availability of off-street parking, but then through a city infrastructure project, we were going to eliminate the practicality of that off-street parking. Is the legislation going to preclude us from being able to make those infrastructure improvements without purchasing additional right-of-way to be able to incorporate parking of where it has become used as a result of a development that was permitted based on having that parking?
So the reality, that's what the empirical parking study looks at in terms of the width of what we have. There's some difficulties with it. It's brand new legislation. So like every legislation that comes out, then there's some growth that comes with it. Reality and looking at the total width, when we're speaking below 60 feet, I mean, if you're looking at parking on both sides, even just 10-foot lanes and 5-foot sidewalks, you know, and then parking on either side, you're looking at a minimum of 48 feet just to have something. And that's a substandard lane realistically, and what you would look at for traffic design now. We would not look to be at a 10-foot wide lane.
12 to 12, right?
Yeah, 12 is what we would typically look to be at. That's not accounting for a bike lane associated with it, anything of that. The city's minimum standard of 60 is set to meet just what you're speaking to. The ability to both have infrastructure improvements that go in front of it, parking, a bike lane, full lane widths, and where we're at. So when we run into issues like we're discussing or someone comes in for the future, I've not yet looked at what the requirements are, and Tiffany may be able to speak to Department of Commerce's new standard, but I don't know that it would take into account what's your future plan at that time, because Tiffany?
I think, as Mr. Remek just said, we're moving in fits and starts here, and unfortunately, we have some legislation that's been around for a long time. We have some others that have come forward, and they haven't necessarily gelled and coordinated everything very smoothly. So we may well end up with some parking studies coming forward that cause the legislation to ultimately change, because you're talking about what is the primary purpose here for this right of way? Is it cars? Is it multimodal? Is it parking? And where does natural environment come into all of that?
Right.
You can only use this acre of land in so many ways, so many times, right? So from Lakewood's perspective, it would be a matter of making the argument, because it is an argument. It's a subjective, submit your plan and you see what they come back with. These are all of the things that we have followed the law on and as well as our own vision and priorities for this jurisdiction. This is what we want our roads to look like and who they serve and how big they are. And we're dealing with these improvements to make it even better because we were a city long after this stuff was built out. Telling us now that we have to do something different doesn't work with all of these other priorities, all of these other requirements. And we, as a result, are saying this is not something we can do here. This is a street that's going to be improved in this way for these reasons. And if you try to add more on top of that, it just won't work. It will truly be unsafe. And if we're the first one to submit an empirical parking study, who knows what the result will be? But if we're not, and we start to see the reactions by Commerce and then by the legislature, kind of play it a little smarter maybe once we see what those initial reactions might be. You may ultimately be advocating at the state level for some changes to what's being discussed now commercially and is already in place residentially.
So that the legislation as is proposed, because we're talking about a proposed.
The commercial is still proposed. The residential's in place. These
Okay.
requirements are adopted.
Okay, so what's proposed is the reducing the limit down to a half a parking space per unit. And that's in the proposed realm. But
Yeah.
the empirical study piece is that there's essentially, you have to have the study done by a certified wizard.
Yeah. Yeah.
To be able to do that, but we don't have any real examples of the state reacting to anybody's.
This hasn't been done yet. Literally this week is when the final information came from Commerce about how this would be drafted by a local government. So we are on the bleeding edge.
Okay, and we have some provisions in our code of when folks are building senior housing, that there is a ability to reduce the number of parking spaces required. I mean, we went through that with the development of down on Lakewood Drive, where there built 3 buildings, but didn't have enough room for all the parking that the code required. But that if he made the development, a development of senior housing, and we said 20 years, that then the number of parking spaces he could fit in allowed him to move forward and build that thing over there, and it served our need to try to get more senior housing in the community, and him being able to build something that was profitable to him on the land that he had. I guess that's an area that's going on, but you talk about doing this, but is Pierce County in their terms of their regional policies, or the Puget Sound Regional Council weighing in one way or the other on this?
So the point of, the reason we brought this one forward now is because this is a future Lakewood problem. We don't have those answers right now, Councilmember, because it's so new as to what's coming into effect that people have not addressed it yet. But everything you're identifying is what we've also identified as like conflicts and where we're at and how do we find the path forward. But it's inevitable that it will come up as you're moving around and you're meeting different communities and you're out in town, and people are going to start asking about this as the legislation comes. So the reason we're bringing it forward is to know we're looking at this and we're on it, but that we're going to need to take action in terms of like parking studies to be able to address it, and that it will not necessarily be smooth given how it was implemented or what we have. There'll be some of the fits and starts like Ms. Spears speaks to. We don't have answers for the questions that you're asking right now because it is brand new. This is a future issue that will be coming to us that you just need to have on the horizon and be aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'd like to you made mention of it. So on the other side of Interlochen, people put in housing developments. How wide does the street have to be?
So it really comes down to exactly what we have in that. I don't know that specific design criteria for where you're at. If you wanted me to look at that, I could definitely look in the engineering manual and get a call on that. But on standard, the easiest you would run into is people, when they look, if they have a sidewalk, you're looking at a minimum of 5 foot wide sidewalk. At the same time, if you're looking for lane development, you'd be looking at to go and have at least a 12-foot lane. So if you were doing just 2 lanes and 2 sidewalks, already you'd be looking at 34 feet minimum as to where it is. Some of the right of ways, and I've not looked at them, but I'm guessing because experience with county is that some of those probably are only 30-foot wide or 40-foot wide. So the ability to add a parking stall in there, when you look at a standard, well, I'll talk about perpendicular. Perpendicular parking is 9-foot wide, 20-foot deep. So let's assume you needed a minimum of 8 foot for a compact stall that needed to go onto the side of one of those. They do not exist in some of the right of way to be able to put that in. That is the rub in what we're looking at. Whereas if you look at a 60-foot wide that we've designated as county, as a city right of way, then we have the width to do what we're looking at. That's the combination of the full lane width that we want, the bike lane, the ability for 2 sidewalks, and then also the ability, if you needed parking, you have that capacity. If you don't have that.
So let me do the
Sure.
math. 60 is 5 foot on each side for sidewalk.
Yep.
2 12-foot lanes
You know, what's the width of a bike lane?
and
Yeah.
then 2 parking.
Yeah, and if you had 2 parking and
I
then,
think what the state legislature is saying is parking is now this municipality's responsibility. So, I mean, they're not saying that, but that's what they're saying. So should we be requiring it everywhere? Like, hey, you're putting this in, or, oh, you're gonna build you gotta make road improvements because they have to make sidewalk improvements. Should we just say, hey, you gotta put in, oh, you gotta improve the road in front of you
Yep.
to this, and that means even buying right away on the other side of the street. That's your problem, not ours, if you want to build here. Because
So-
I think that's what some municipalities are gonna do,
It begs the question,
yeah.
right?
jumping in about if you were to today start redesigning Nyanza, assuming it had a 60-foot right of way, would we start thinking about a parking component on that? Mount Tacoma coming up?
The idea and really what their focus is housing. That's just the reality of it.
Mhm.
And that what is a barrier to housing and what they're looking at.
Yeah.
One of the things like Ms. Spears spoke to right away is the number one cost that people speak to is parking's expensive, right? There's stormwater associated with it, asphalt, concrete work.
Yeah.
Those are some of the most expensive trades you're gonna find when you're going to do the work. And so the response to that was, they said, well, we don't need parking. Okay, that's a stance or a view, but what we're looking at and how it's moving forward is saying, okay, well, you should be able to have less parking if you have multimodal availability, transit.
And a quarter mile,
Where
yeah.
you can get on something. And it is what it is at this point. We kind of dealing with the reality of what's in front of us. Whether we agree or we don't agree,
Right.
we now know what the left and right lateral limits are for us and how we move forward.
Yeah.
So that's really what we're speaking to. There are some restrictions associated with it. We could definitely get into more depth at a later date, but for right now, we just wanted you to be aware this is coming and we will
Yep.
need to put funds towards empirical parking studies in the future and to be aware that it could be a flare that goes up and someone goes, what do you mean there's never going to be any more parking?
Yep.
Understandably, I would think that too, so, yeah.
It's gonna be fun.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Spears. So I'm sorry, there were a few recommendations. This to begin empirical parking studies proactively, enhance parking management strategies, multimodal investment. We're
Yep.
already doing that in many areas, so there's nothing new there. And then early engagement development, the developers on what we're looking at about parking solutions, like what they plan to come in with. That'll be a leading item for us.
Yeah, we'll take a break before we start the next thing so we can grab some lunch. real
Certainly.
quick. But, to the extent we have any control over the parking stuff, I mean, that's the one thing that the neighbors and the residents are, if housing's a problematic blight for them, parking all over the streets and on the sidewalks is another. So to the extent we can push back and encourage development with parking on site, it's probably preferable, but more to follow, right? Yep. Okay, we'll take, why don't we take a 5-minute recess to grab lunch? And if you want, we can work through it as we eat. Great.
So looking at the next one we're looking at actually is just the 2025 Public Plan and Public Works Plan. We just wanted to bring you up to speed on some of the items that we've worked on through 2024, as well as some accomplishments, and then some of the things we're looking at for 2025. So in front of us, some of the items we ran through really was some fee establishment based on an hourly rate versus really what we did was we set the baseline. We talked about the fees when it came in. I needed to have something we were going to go into data analytics to be able to speak to as to why we were charging what we were for fees. So we utilized the existing fees, broke them out to an hourly to go ahead and get cost recovery for permitting activities. So when I speak to 100% cost recovery, I'm focused on the permit activities portion of retaining and getting 100% cost recovery on that. There are other things that we do that we are not going to be able to charge for. We don't charge for. They come out of the general fund, but if someone's coming for a permit, we should be able to go ahead and fully cover the cost of that through the permit fee for servicing that permit. So that was one of the items. We also had the realignment of Public Works and CED into Planning and Public Works. It's afforded greater reviewability as well as greater left and right conversations and better sense of team in terms of being able to move forward and have the conversations with versus silos. So that's been a benefit to us. And then we've also making a big push on like decentralizing leadership, where people are looking and taking the decision and making it at the lowest level. Hey, this is the rationale. Here's the reasoning behind it. Here's some standard operating procedures that we're working on. Make the decision. You don't need to come to me for that. You don't need to research with some metrics behind it. Not metrics really, but I think of them as metrics around customer service. Like, we're here for customer service. We're here to help people be successful. We are the code officials when it comes to the ability to do the work and know the path through the code. Be helpful. Don't sit there when someone says, oh, I want to do this. And you're like, no, you can't do that. You're like, why don't you tell them if they move the door 3 feet, they surely can do that. Oh, if you move the door 3, okay, thank you. So just being generally helpful. That's one of the big things we've kind of focused on. We set up divisional meetings to really kind of build cohesion and make sure that everybody knows what's going on, that it's not a vacuum. I'm a big believer in who knows, who needs to know, do they know, and do they understand, right? If you want a functional team, people need to know what's going on. That's up and down the chain. So shouldn't be secrets. It's transparency in what we do. Everything we do is public record, right? So why should someone not know what the requirement is anywhere they're out on the team? We also received the Department of Commerce grant to go ahead and move forward with the permitting software and that change that we're looking at. So that's twofold. That'll help us meet the speed and that we need in terms of the flexibility within the system to help people be successful and decrease permit times, but also gives us the ability for proper reporting on 5290 since we have that quarterly reporting requirement. We're also in the process right now of staying on the front of technology when we look at it. So we have an artificial intelligence basically that's being built. It's internal to us for staff to use, so what they can see. So when they're doing code research, they can go right in and say, hey, I want to know about the tree removal and this is the parcel number. And the system can pull up and say, yes, this is this zone, this is the requirement, here's where we're at. So we stay on the front edge of that. It's also being designed so that it can do an 80% fill on any notice of application, a staff report when we're going to be going to hearing examiner, or any pre-application response, and fill out the notice of decision when we get the final hearing examiner back. Those are items when we look at it for like a pre-application and the prep that goes into that. Usually people were spending, anywhere between 2 to 3 hours to go ahead and prep for that. And a lot of that is read and copy and paste and put it into the application where it needs to be in its slot. Artificial intelligence can do that in 5 minutes. So it does, what we're looking at is protected in terms of not letting people to just go ahead and randomly put stuff in and not know what's in there, because it doesn't just generate it. They have to go through and then verify and click a verify button for everything that's there that they've read, and that's what it is. So it'll be beneficial to us in terms of reducing total time and turnaround for those. Sure.
Thank you. Real quick, the acronyms NOA and NOD, is that notice of?
Notice of application. Yeah, so those are the ones, the notice of application and notice of decision.
Okay.
So a notice of application comes in when somebody's going to go ahead and have a public hearing. So that will go out to the surrounding area. And then a notice of decision goes out as well when that decision comes back, because there's an appeals period that people are able to go. So it's official notification. The decision has been made. Yes, this will be an allowed use. If you don't agree with it, these are your appeal options, is what you want to do. But no problem. Right. Also, we're working on some process standardization underway. That's internally. So that's all internal focused on where we're at and how we move through and how we do things. The key to being lean and how you do it is that everybody operates in the same manner. Everybody pulls off the same data set. Everybody's using the same set of rules, as it were. And we're just refining on that. So we also brought on a management analyst who's been working with, right now she's working with us, but it's been standardization and great in terms of getting some standard operating procedures up, doing data analytics as to where we're at. So our first 5290 pull, Angie, how many permits was it she had to go through manually?
2,000 reviews in less than a month. So
Yeah.
Position for the department in supporting process improvements department-wide, but also citywide.
Another reason why we're going to a new permitting system, cannot afford to do 22,000 reviews every year to go ahead and get a report out. So this will give us greater availability. She's been working on that and at the same time doing workload analytics as to where we're at. So we're in the middle of that to currently know how we're staffed and what we're doing, to identify where there's the potential for savings in terms of staff time, things of that nature, where there's duplicated effort, things like that. So that's actively going on right now. And then we also brought on the full use of Microsoft Teams for greater telework and flexibility. That was one of the things that was asked for by staff right away when we got here, was like, hey, we want to be able to telework. How do we go ahead and what are we going to do? Right. So it was important to them. Also helps with retention. I'll just be honest, like I've lost a lot of staff to the flexibility that exists within the world right now in the working world. So some ability to do telework and provide days right now. We ask people to be in 2 days a week at a minimum, and then we have the outward facing for the counters that have opened as well. So we have an active rotating schedule of who covers that for permit technicians as well, planner of the day.
I think that works. The flexibility is great. Yes. From a retention standpoint. Yeah.
Okay. And then here is a large list of items that we're actually moving through and working through. So they're going to continue to kind of move forward as to what we got going on, but they're just it's really giving an idea of exactly what's just on the list for 2025. They're all process focused in terms of being able to move it forward. If there's a question about any of them, happy to go through it. But we do have a chart laid out at the same time for the Gantt chart on the next page that really kind of focuses exactly when we're expecting to complete these. Ones in green have already been completed. They were on our 2025. But like some systematic things, right, for just reducing overhead, our shared calendar that we have for the leave. We don't send emails or anything about it anymore. It just, you get an alert that you need to go in and click the calendar and it's updated. So, and everybody's operating off of one calendar now, so that helps. We got brochure updates going on for outward facing, standardization across those. Third-party contractor tracking has been put in place to exist, so we know exactly what's going in and what's going out. And then for appointments, we started using Microsoft Bookings. It's a software that allows people to go online and schedule their own appointment when they want to come in, as well as we're doing virtual appointments for people that don't want to come in. We are seeing an increase in people that are coming in because we're now back open and we're offering that service on the second floor. There's been a great reduction in the frustration is what some people felt when they would come to the first floor and they weren't able to come to our counter. So customer service is a big thing for us. You can go anywhere to get your oil change. You can't go anywhere to get a building permit. You need to come see us. So we need to be available. And then just a large number of others that we're moving through. So pre-construction checklist, permitting workload analysis, common conditions, so that the same thing is going on the permit every time. Review checklist updates, the 2024 5290 reporting, the Granicus short-term rental, we brought that on. Us reporting us that what we have and how many short-term rentals we actually have so that we're tracking that and ensuring that we're getting those business licenses associated with that. And then Bino Loop is that AI that we were speaking to. Fee updates as we move through those. We're trying to be more analytical about where we go through as to how we set the fees. That's whether they go up or whether they go down. And there's an expectation that some may go down in what we're doing because of process improvement. Right. And then the Camino implementation is probably the biggest one we have right there. That is the one that will be up and functioning by June 15th. And it's kind of that more TurboTax-esque style ability to go in. If you have questions, we can modify what's going in. If there's a problem with the system in terms of, hey, this was an unanticipated consequence, or we need to change or remove a step, we don't have to call anybody. We can do that in-house. It is a very much a workflow-based diagram when you look at it. So visual representation of exactly where the permit moves to. Oh, yeah.
So that was the other thing that, coming on to Camino, while this was not an intention when we brought it, having worked with the system before, we knew that it was very user-friendly. They're always looking for ways and innovation, so they've opened up community templates now through Camino. So if someone else that is using Camino has a better process that we like, you can just go look through their templates, whether it's for code compliance or whatever's going on, and you can import that to utilize their process if there's something that we see that's effective. It's kind of open source, yep. It helps a lot in terms of if you see something that's a one-off, right? Someone says, this was really great. It used to be we would have to reach out and say, hey, what's going on? How do you do this? Read their code, where are they at? All of those things. If it's someone who's already using Camino and Camino is gaining ground in the industry and where they're at because their front load software that is a guide is already being used at multiple jurisdictions here in Western Washington and just continues to grow.
Could you give us an example when you say one-off?
By one-off in terms of, sorry.
You mentioned it says it works well when you have a one-off.
Oh,
Meaning
okay, so,
something that.
so say you had a one-off, so the best example would be like right now, if we had something that was going along and then there's a one-off that comes up in terms of like, we realize there's an issue and we need to make a shift, we can go ahead and make the shift in what we want to do. Other systems do not have that ability. You have to go back to the proprietor and the owner of it to go ahead and make the shift. You can put a catch-all in your own system for your own individual code and what you had. The system can be customized to reflect your code and your processes, 100%.
Workflows would be a really great example to that, like a permit example. Let's just pick a planning permit. This is our standardized workflow at the time of intake all the way to issuance and inspection. But the code changed. We need to adapt that workflow to address the code change. Right now, under our current system, we need to go to the county. We need to negotiate what exactly that is, whether or not the system can actually do that. More times not than they can. And if they can do it, I have to negotiate with them and to build in their workflow schedule when they can accommodate that at an hourly rate. With Camino, we are able to adjust our workflows for process efficiencies whenever we need to. Changes into our regulations and how we do that, or if there's a new permit type we need to draw off of, we can create that with the resources internally.
Also, with the way that it's designed, it's an easy change. It'd be kind of like going in, if you're familiar with Excel and you did control find and you found one item and you wanted to replace all, you can replace all or change all of the permit template at one time by just highlighting it, even with existing permits, right? So it has a lot of flexibility to really be user-centric, which is what the big interest was. Yeah. Yeah, the configuration is incredible and really what we're looking at. And then the last thing we're kind of looking at is some Title 12 update as we go through this year. The Title 12 is our engineering. And so an update to the manual and what we're looking at for some better efficiencies there and some clear delineation of exactly what people need to do. Removal some I would say hurdles that exist that maybe don't necessarily need to be there. That's probably one of the big things that's not on there. Reduction in hurdles, right? I'm not big into red tape, right? If it's needed, if it serves a purpose, if there's a public safety aspect to it, a customer service, something like that, I'm good. If it's something asking because we've always done that, okay, well, what is the purpose though? Like, what is it doing? If it doesn't serve a purpose, we're looking to eliminate that, right? And that's multiple things. So there'll continue to be a compression as we move along between codes and zones, and everything that we do when we're bringing it forward is focused on forward progression. That's what the council's asked for. We want economic development. We want people to come. Bad things, make it easier. That's really it. That's what we were looking at. So this section was not very long. That was actually it. So few things as we move forward for the next steps. So courses of action. So there are some recommended courses of action or COAs that we're looking at here that we would like granted to move forward with. One is to identify a multi-generational community center, properties that best align with all of the city's desires and kind of what we spoke about today. To take a look at potential partnership and financing opportunities necessary to advance the project and present those findings, right? That's one. Two is based on current capacity. Like if you're looking for something fast and now, then what is the current capacity and the properties that would best meet that council goals within that financial capacity? And then the other is to go ahead and move forward with the downtown master parks plan. process. The idea behind these is they all support goal number one for the city council, which is the downtown parks and the community center, right? So we're focused on that, recognizing where it is. The other things we do will go ahead and take care of, you know, downtown district, station, and economics and things of that nature. We'll move those forward, but these are focused on goal one. That was all I had.
Good. Mr. Branstad?
How narrowly are you defining current financing capacity? When Ms. Kraus was here before, she gave us a whole sheet of things that if we went through an appropriate approval process of some sort, you know, the amount of financial capacity was different. So I'm just wondering how you're defining that for your
So-
work this year.
So what I would define in looking at that would be the total process time when we looked at that project of plan of action and milestones. If we started right now, we were to do something 2 years, that 2-year lead is really what we could look at potentially for your total design. But is that the appropriate methodology and what you're looking at for what you want to build, right? Like, what can you build in 2 years? What financing can be done in 2 years, as well as like a future plan of, okay, well, maybe it's not 2 years, maybe it needs to be this because we need to go through these processes that we're looking at to build greater revenue, so.
Yeah, I guess the financing strategy is somewhat needs to be informed by a cost estimate. And then you can go through the range of possible things that you could go and do.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, problem, thank you.
Are you looking for feedback on each one of these or for us to select one?
Well, I'll take the feedback any way you'd like to give it. If it's a wholesale approval and you're like, we like these, go forward, I'll take that. If you want to go through them piece by piece, and there's changes or anything you're looking at, I'm also open to hearing that.
I think we've identified, as you kind of gave brief back, the components or the desired attributes of the multi-generational center. We've looked at the 3 or 2 possible locations, and I tossed in the third, especially to make sure we don't trip on any zoning requirements of the existing 1.58 acres that we purchased for the park, which may or may not be suitable for what we're looking for, but we don't want to rule it out. And that may inform the financing capacity that best meets council's goals because we currently own it. But that doesn't mean we don't have an opportunity on the other 2 properties that we were presented with today. So I think that I don't know what council's consensus is, but moving forward with the downtown park master plan process should proceed expeditiously. And to the extent that it may or may not have a component that includes a structure for a multi-generational youth center, that's an easy either add or not on that planning process. We got to get the planning process started. Preferably in this lifetime, so. Yep, Mr. Lorsella.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we look at the properties that were proposed, I would also like to consider and just do our due diligence on what it would take for the remainder of that QFC property and what the overall feasibility and required investment would be, just because that gives us a much larger footprint, understandably at a higher cost. But having something that's cohesive like that and all on the same block, and to look at what the future could look like, because that's really at the crossroads of our community between Bridgeport and Gravely, right? So
I think that the challenge with that is, I believe it's under lease by.
That was going to be
Bible
my
Church.
comment. Currently, it is
They're
under
looking
lease
to buy it.
and they're moving forward.
Yeah, they are moving forward. Have they come in for a pre-app yet?
No, not yet. But they've been in regular communication with us.
Okay. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think that generally we were on consensus with the park and that whole kind of situation. the mixed, the central business district and some of the mixed use stuff. Personally, I, think we really need to revisit that and take a look at, it doesn't seem like it's been working over the past whatever, 6, 7 years or
So kind of
something.
the housing first recommendation.
Yeah, the housing first recommendation, I'm generally supportive of that. I think that the comment about, seeing how the central business district and the station district kind of relate to one another and having like more of a unified kind of plan on those and the, the jobs and housing in each. I think that was a good comment. The other thing, is parking, and parking, parking is critical and, was identified as one of the most expensive parts of development. And so, we need to have a serious look at parking, not so, residential, yes, that I liked the mayor's idea of, if we can do something in our code to kind of like guide people down a path of housing that, we kind of like, which would be, the condo townhome style with the garage and, eliminate some of the woody walk-ups, that kind of style housing. So if we can get people, incentivize them by reducing parking standards or other things to help emphasize that, I think that would help. And then the commercial parking, I think when you go around to areas and cities that are busy and vibrant, there's oftentimes not a lot of parking. And maybe we just need to, be a little more, a little more liberal on not having so much parking for these commercial areas. And if someone comes in, like, an In-N-Out Burger comes in, well, they're not gonna have 10 parking spots because they know that it's gonna be a hot mess and, they're gonna design their site for what they need. But there's also a lot of times when, you don't need 20 parking stalls or whatever. So, just kind of, if we could reduce more the commercial parking standards and kind of incentivize and guide people to a certain type of residential unit that we'd like to see more of. I think that would be a good way to go. I think that was it. Thanks.
You had me at In-N-Out Burger.
Yeah.
Slowly.
Deputy Mayor?
Hypothetically, is there a location that we can build a garage where it's convenient for people to go up and walk around our city?
Structured parking in the town center.
So there could always be the option for structured parking. It would not be something that would be driven right now based on the amount of parking that does exist. It would require Kite to have a desire for greater intensity and density in what they're doing for the commercial aspect of where we're at, really. Or it would require a partnership between enough housing coming in that we're not gonna do parking associated with the housing, but there's a parking garage that can be looked at that. It really comes down to the amount of draw and what you look to pull in and whether you run into it. There's a facility I'm familiar with in California that's much like that. It has a large parking garage. It is difficult to get the flat on the ground parking. They have a couple outlier parking lots, but it's concentric rings around it of housing. And that housing does not have one stall per house when you look at it, but it is parks and walkways all the way up to the center and where it is. But that center is 100% experience when you go in. Everything about it is walking and games on the street through the plaza as you're moving. So it's on Oxnard, California. Yeah. Yeah, it's called The Collection.
Also add to economies of scale as well, when surface parking is a cheaper price per stall, whereas in your structured parking, just the cost to develop that, you're 25,000, 30,000, 35,000 per stall. So that land demand, right, this parking structure, you don't have enough land to get that surface parking. That's gonna really drive that market initiative there.
I'm just thinking of in terms of the city doing their due diligence in the Colonial Center is going to attract other businesses to come in. That's what I was thinking. If we had a central location where we could put where people could walk around our city, because one of the things we want is our city to be a walkable city. That was my thought.
No, that would be, the one thing I can say about when it comes to parking of that nature, the cost is severely prohibitive unless there's extreme commercial to support it for the draw in. So I think if we were to look at that, it would be at a point where the city had grown and there was a extremely large commercial draw to it. But in terms of the effectiveness or the cost of business of doing it in terms of for the ability to walk around, I don't think it wouldn't pencil in the long run, but.
We're not quite there yet. I mean, if
Yeah,
you had a
not quite there
magic
yet.
wand, you'd put a structured parking garage over by the AMC Theater, you know, and then you'd have much more
Yeah.
housing and retail around that, and you'd have no need for the surface area parking.
Those are the designs that I've seen when it came to a parking garage.
I was just thinking in terms of the excellent job that our economic development person does.
Any other thoughts or questions? I think Mr. Pearson.
No questions. And I guess maybe a thought, I guess, but excellent job on the presentation. I got a lot out of this. I thought it was, we went through a lot of good information today, and I like your approach to many of these things, and I think I think we're on the right track on a lot of it, and I appreciate it. So thanks.
Thank you. It's a team effort. Everybody here put into this. It wasn't one
Yeah, a lot of
person
work.
by any means.
So Bob, can we quickly turn a switch and get TIF financing to put this all together?
You need to be on mic.
That's okay.
I think the way your ordinance is written for your tax increment financing program is that it's related to parks. And not necessarily community centers. Although the way that legislation was drafted, it's one of the items that you utilize TIP for is parks, community centers, or recreational areas. So to the extent that there's some allowance for us to go back and modify the ordinance to expand upon that park use into community center, then yes. But I think as the way it's drafted today, it was envisioned that you'd utilize those monies as you collect them against any debt service you would have for park use, such as the park that you just purchased, however you might develop that, the park that you may purchase down the road. That's what the focus for TIP was for the TIP area that you've already created.
Would it be an advantage and then a big lift to tweak the code accordingly? Do we have to do anything more with the state submission or anything like that to justify it?
Well, to the extent that you were able to do that, it'd give you more flexibility in how you chose to spend the funds. TIF is still going to be driven by the private development that occurs over the next 25
to give you the
years.
resources to pay for the bonds. Yeah. Okay. Very good. Mr. Brokey.
I'll hand it back. So I do have a question for our guest now that he's here. In the Bothell model, where you went out and purchased properties and then sold them off, and there's obviously a very large, a lot of planning involved. Did you use a formula, or how did you come about the idea of how much space you would still retain for like open space or parks or community space in general?
So in Bothell, I mentioned we purchased, our city purchased 25 acres of land, and we knew the roadway configurations that we wanted, and we knew the park space that we identified. And so that took 7 acres out of that total. And then the rest of that was sold back to the development community in order to develop based on its sub-area plan.
So that included the road.
That included the roads, yes. The 25 acres, because we didn't know where the roads, when we purchased the property, where the roads were going to be aligned at, where some of the other public improvements were necessary. So we knew that would take place over some time, over a 2 or 3 year planning period. Bothell sub-area plan went on for 3 or 4 years. It was really important because it helped build and anchor what people loved about that community to make sure that it was in the plan. And then when the first development, kind of the first showcase development that came out of the plan was the McMinimans property, which was 7 of the acres that was sold back to them. And that was the only piece of property that was sold for under market value. That was sold for about 25 cents on the dollar. everything else made significant money for the city that it reinvested back in for infrastructure investments. And just a note, you were talking earlier about sort of the market conditions, whether or not they support higher density, 5 units, 6 units, 7 stories. In Bothell, that was the case also when its downtown planning was initiated. It didn't have anything above a 3-story development. So it was all this wood frame on foundation. Construction costs were too high in order to, because you get to a different construction type, anything over 3 stories, because it's usually then wood on concrete. And the lease rates weren't simply there. So Bothell had to sort of prove the marketplace and prove that it was able then to support and raise the rents enough so that a developer would be able to pay for the construction costs associated with 5 units or 5 floors on top of 2 floors of concrete. And so you'd have, in many cases, I mean, they'd all be a wrap or a podium type of development. So you didn't have any surface parking. You had street parking, then you had parking hidden in the building or in the middle of the building in the case of a wrap.
What kind of incentives did you put in place for the residential stuff? Did you, for instance, I mean, we have multifamily tax exemption. We've talked about that. Did you do bonus densities or anything like that to get that kind of type of development?
We didn't. What Bothell did was it paid for all the only infrastructure costs that it required the developer to pay for was its costs associated with whatever landscaping we were requiring in front of them or the sidewalk. And so everything else, all the streets, all the utilities, the city paid for. And so we identified that as being a significant barrier because part of it's, as I mentioned, it's in the case report that Bothell identified $150 million worth of public investments that were necessary in order to sort of drive the development in the downtown. 50 million of that was for a public facility. So putting that aside, that was the last investment the city made. But putting that aside, there were still $100 million. So pretty significant. And so when it started the project, didn't have any idea how it was going to fund that $100 million. And so one of my takeaways from that experience was to never underestimate the power of a community's dream to really motivate people to action. And so it was by that building that plan that was loved by the community and it sustained, years of sort of political turnover, which most plans do from start to finish. Some of these legacy projects take, 7 to 10 years. You're going to have different council members route or run through the process. But that really then sort of allowed that plan to gain a lot of momentum and create a lot of buzz in the marketplace. When you're a city that stands up and says, we're going to put $150 million in our downtown, it created a lot of notice upon the city, and a lot of developers were interested in coming in to help shape the way that was going to be developed because they knew the city had skin in the game. And they knew that their project was going to be successful because it was more than just a single lot. It was a collection of lots and collection of properties around the downtown.
Did you get the 100 million? I know you had some federal money, but.
It's like the adage of, the best way to eat elephant is one bite at a time. We just sort of, the first dollars in the project was a $7 million legislative contribution from the state. Next, we were a recipient of a LIFT award, local infrastructure financing tool, which is similar to the TIF program today, except it used state sales tax, property sales. So in the end, once you take out the City Hall project, which was all paid for by just dollars that city would raise with real estate, it was about 1/3 of it was the city's own money, primarily through real estate excise tax sales, and then 2/3 of it was other people's money. So state money, federal money, Sound Transit money, and then whatever the city reinvested back into the project through its land sales.
Thanks, appreciate it. Might be fun to go up and tour. We haven't been up there in a while. Anything else, Mr. Remack?
Nothing else from me. Just thanks for the opportunity. Appreciate you guys.
Do we give
being
you
here on
enough
Saturday.
feedback? Do you have enough consensus feedback? Take it forward.
We have a path
So
forward.
what would be next steps for us to hear back on where we're headed with these significant
So we'll
priorities.
we'll move forward on a few items right away. One is starting to set up the plan for the master park planning effort as we move there. And then we will also go ahead and speak with Mr. Lindsay, who spoke to us about a few options as to how to look for some parcels that exist within the department, really through a title search. And also ones that we're just aware of and kind of start doing assessment, just like we did for the existing of other things that we've seen in other properties and objects that we have going on. Come back and have a presentation about that, an update.
And then just to kind of put a bow on it, on the Graymore property, the Colonial Plaza, do you sense, or does Ms. Newton sense that there's movement by the landowners to seek an interested buyer? Are they looking to sell? Are they okay to sell? Not that the city necessarily would be the buyer, but if somebody else came to redevelopment, are they interested in unloading that property?
If there was to be movement, it would be a sale. That is the response. If it was gonna go, it would be a sale for
In
the,
other words, there are no plans to redevelop themselves.
not currently.
Got it. Okay. Very good. Anything else for the good of the order? I don't see anything else on the agenda. Unless Mr. Coffey, you had something for the good of the order? All right, then we're adjourned.